Right.
She calls down and says, the laptop we use our own.
Oh, no.
I spent an hour in Best Buy looking for that dish on Tracer. Oh, it's on warranty. My stuff.
Right?
Oh my gosh.
He's got dark numbers.
Did you see that before? I'm gonna get one of those. So it's gonna be one single live broadcast for the whole meeting, right? Is anybody watching?
Just Skype.
I know she doesn't need it. Oh, yeah. But.
Just at the most, it's like the 6+, man. It's huge. I like having the pockets that you have. It kind of stretches. That's actually super cool. Oh, this is yeah, it's a consumer Samsung. A Samsung. Oh, no, I thought I would. Probably a little bit. Washington City already passed an ordinance about it. They're just clarifying the language of their already meter and metering policy. And they did away with rebates. Well, the state and federal rebates pay for a lot already. So the city's like, no. Right. They put out already, I think, 125,000 last year.
125,000 rebates for solar. Well, apparently it's working and people want it.
It's gotten a lot cheaper too, so it's probably just not economical. The main argument is like it is here. You still use the utilities, so you need to pay for the actual do you recognize your computer, or when you don't have recognize the city power when you don't have service. How you doing? Good. What? Do you need someone good looking to focus in on? You could. Yeah, go on up. A few years back, it cost you about 48,000 to install something, and that was like 8,000. That was an example in Washington. So. You can generate electricity, so why wouldn't they want people to put solar panels up? And I'm like, well, yeah, you can. I don't think though that people do that over the year. Otherwise, everybody would just have them without a permanent power bill. I mean, obviously, I would think that it doesn't cover 100%. Just so much people cover 100%. Oh no, that would be really unusual. Right. And besides, most people use it for their water heaters anyway. Just generally speaking. And the other half, they might end up just using generators. Who knows?
I mean, I got Oh, yeah. Yeah. I know. You got one of these.
So what are you doing with how much money I was?
We're broadcasting live right now, by the way. So, just that.
It's the hospital. I like the old one. Do you like the old ones?
That was a letter to you.
So, welcome to this regular meeting of the City Council of St. George. We really started our meeting off-site over at the Royal Oaks Park and already had an invocation there by Reverend Alex Wilkie, and he also dedicated the park for us. So it's a beautiful kind of phase 2 of that park, and really is nice, and encourage everyone to go check it out. Just over there off of Snow Canyon Parkway and what's 1400? 1400? And right there across from that little small commercial development, Paradise High, stuff like that. St. George Family Practice, I think it is. Any for primary care. Anyway, we would like to begin this portion of the meeting because we didn't get a chance to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I've asked Councilman Jimmy Hughes if he would lead us in the pledge, and then we will go to our agenda. If you all please rise.
Repeat the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jimmy. Also, I might mention, let's see, a couple of things. One, we have concluding tomorrow night from 6 to 9 p.m. the gingerbread tour downtown. And so things going on all during that time, just right downtown historic St. George. So everyone's welcome. I we're giving out a lot of candy canes, right, Christina? And they're, again, they have gingerbread homes, houses all around the different merchants downtown. They're giving out awards and food prizes, all that kind of stuff. Giveaways through the downtown merchants. So we've got that going on, all kinds of stuff going on around town. Want to make mention of something that I didn't last week because this is a public meeting. I just want to publicly thank our police officers, all those involved. Of course, every day there are different things that they're I just thought that's where training and equipment and just really a professional, caring attitude, I thought, came in to benefit everybody, including the individual involved, and we're just we're grateful that it ended the way it did. And again, the police officers here, thank you to everyone. We'll maybe have some more to say and do to them individually in the future, but just really appreciate their fine work.
Yay!
Yeah, who said yeah? Is that Rosalie?
Yes.
Thanks, Rosalie. I agree. Okay, so Gary, I guess we're ready to just go to item number 2. I will mention Councilwoman Betty Ariel is out of town with her family this week, so we excuse her. And but anyway, Gary, let's go ahead and get started.
All right. The Mayor and Council asked staff to review the city special event permit process and to review, what other places do, what single-site cities, our requirements to see if there was anything in there that we ought to think about changing, we ought to do differently. And so we've been reviewing this, and I don't know if the council is fully aware of the process that we go through when a special event permit application comes in. We have a special event review committee made up of representatives of the police department, fire department, the Parks and Recreation, business license officers, health department, county health department, and all those folks get together to review the request for a special event permit. So in checking with other places, we reviewed ordinances from Logan, Orem, Park City, Provo, Ogden, Salt Lake City, West Valley, West Jordan. Also reviewed Flagstaff, Prescott, Arizona, as well as Mesquite, Nevada. Try to see what was common from all those 4 special event permits. What we found was that basically St. George is probably one of the easiest places to get a permit in any of those cities. Most of them require 90 days to submit a request for a permit, 60 to 90 days, some 45 days, some 120 days with more than 1,000 people going to be there. And so our request is 30 days. The one thing we found that was interesting is that this year in 2014, we've issued 214 special event permits. 104 were public, 46 private, 44 of them were more than 500 people. 61 recreational events. You know, we require our own events, marathon, Ironman, all those go through the special event. The Blue Angels, all those have a special event. We've had 5 dances approved during the last year, concerts. We've had all those done, and so our process works. Our belief. The only thing that we think when we find out all these things is the one thing that we do that others don't is we require city council approval for the commit process, which can create problems if the timing is not right for a city council meeting to get that approval. So most places that we've studied have a designated person that can make that approval, and if approval is denied, then they usually have the right to appeal that denial to the council. I think that makes sense in trying to expedite the process if the council would want to consider something like that. But what we found an ordinance in Park City that we felt like was a really good one. And the interesting with Park City, they have what's called Master Festival License or a special event committee. Now, what triggers the difference between the two would be the numbers of people that are there, primarily. You know, which the crowd's over 500 people, then they have to get a Master Festival License. And then there's requirements to all that. 45 days, I think, or 90 days, well, I can't remember the exact number of days they have to submit it. But it's not really the activities necessarily that is approved. It's there's some other triggers. Like the triggers for that would be like it's outside, not enclosed. If it's on public property, and even on private property, if it's not zoned for that or not approved for that type of activity. The location, is it located next to residences? Is it, I mentioned the number of people. Are they using amplified music, or are they going to have noise issues? If all those things are apparent, or any one of those things are apparent, then it triggers the license that needs to be obtained. Master Festival license of more than 500, and less than that a special event permit. But they have a very elaborate 15, 20 page application process. It spells out insurance, it spells out everything that needs to happen in that. And so, you know, I know there's big buzz that we don't allow dances and that type of thing, and that's not the case. We're talking about a special event permit process. And every one of those cities we talked about would require a license if there's a certain number of people in that event. And so I don't think that we're too far out of line with regard to our process. We could make some changes to it, you know, and make it even more streamlined if you want. But I guess the question comes down to, you still want to have the process in place, you know, and you know, a corollary to the special event permit is when they come to the council and ask for a waiver of fees. Anytime in any one of these cities where you're closing the street down or where you have a fee waiver, those have to have additional level of approval. So you know, I think that we can look at, you know, I've got all the information if you like. You can look at their ordinances, you can look at the triggers on each one of these ordinances. Oregon has a special dance ordinance. You know, Logan has a dance ordinance, or a provision in theirs. But it's all included in the application for special event. So to me, it's terminology and the process. You know, is our process too complicated? No. Well, we've handled 214 of them during the year. So is 30 days too much to ask to go through the reviews that are necessary for a mass gathering? You know, a lot of places turn it over to the health department. Park City or Logan, whatever, there's 100 people, you got to deal with the health department. They've got to give you a mass, when a mass number of people get together, and they have to charge a fee and they have to review the project. So lots of different ways to go on that. But we feel like that with some tweaks, we can make it consistent a little more user friendly, and we can do away with terminology if that's making people nervous about it. But we have to have some triggers, and those triggers are very common all the city side things in St. George and outside the area. You know, if you want to go through the Arizona ones, you want to go from ski, we have all that information, the map and the bill. I've looked at those ordinances, so we can tell you what you want to know about that.
Council, just after that kind of overview, what thoughts do you have, especially in terms of the issue that the city manager brought up in terms of the count, he's coming to the council. What do you think?
Yeah, I like the fact that we wouldn't have to see every one of those. I think that's a good start. But along with that, we need to make sure that staff, whoever's handling that, has the proper guidance and so they don't find themselves having to make all kinds of exceptions or whatever.
And I think that can be handled through the permit, the forms that are, our process that we go through is 2 pages. That's it, okay? But it doesn't really designate exactly what the review process is going to be. So you don't argue about who gets to review it, So, Park City's got one that you just checked off, the fire protection reviewed it, the traffic control requires street closures, and you pick and choose which one's your event's going to impact, and then that's reviewed by the committee. Most of them have a committee made up of the city folks that review the event permits, and that's what we have as well. But the one thing that I liked in Park City was that if an event occurs, and it's more on an annual type basis or a regular basis, say you had a dance every Christmas or something like that would require a license, it's going to have 1,000 people or 500 people, they make their application, and if that is okay, they meet the process, the next year they don't have to apply. Because we didn't have any problems with the event, there's no noise problems, there's no issues with it, then they could just schedule it without, as long as they had about the same material and it didn't change the previous year, then there was no reason to go back through that process. And so, like right now, we've got events, the college has already submitted their request for their concert and dance up on the airport. Last year we had no problems. So does it need to go back to council for approval, or if nothing changes?
Same compliance, same
Our commissioners or whatever do that Color Me Rad program in the Sun Bowl, where they have hundreds of even thousands of people there. Well, they've already submitted their application for next year. And is there a reason to review it again if we didn't have any problems with it last time? So those are kind of some of the tweaks that we could do to make the ordinance easier for people to get through that process.
So something like that, if there were a problem, what would be the recourse to go back and say, hey, we need to do something different because it got out of hand?
I think then we would have it come back to the council if it was a big one that required your approval the first time, then it should come back. And then if it doesn't, it requires staff approval, then we have to make sure that they tell us why or how they're going to make sure it doesn't happen again.
So what would be an example, say Park City's ordinance of a trigger? If someone comes in and says, hey, I want to do this event, I'm going to have 500 people or more, and it's going to have music, amplified music, let's say. Where would it go from there? What would be the restrictions, or how would that trigger work?
They would submit their application within a certain amount of time. I can't remember the exact time, but they have to submit the application. Staff would review it. If it requires a master festival license, then we go to the city council and have to be in the.
That's how many?
500 in that.
So in their case, anything over 500 would still go to the council.
Right.
Park City.
One time.
First time.
And then
Anything under that.
use of, closure of any main street on everything, or arterial street. They're using other people's off-site parking, they've got the forms they have to fill out, and any use of amplified music in or adjacent to a residential neighborhood is a trigger if there's 500. We have to meet the performance of the levels, and all that, and have to check out, so what it appears to me. So. Not if I'm missing anything, Bill, or you guys, as far as what that is. Like I said, we looked at Provo, we looked at Orange, we looked at, Sandy, we looked at all those cities, and they're all, you can find anything you want to find. The commonality is they all require special event permit for activities that have large numbers of people. And on private property, if the business hasn't been zoned for that, the business is already zoned to have that type of activity, they don't
which is basically.
Unless they're located next to a neighborhood or wherever it may be, would be an issue. But if they haven't been issued the right to do that in a business license application, then they would have to come through the process.
So Bill, did you say it was 60 days?
60 days.
So, but don't you think 30 is enough? Or
That would be nice.
it'd be nice to have 30, right?
But sometimes we have it short, and we try to
Try to accomplish.
hustle.
Yeah. 30 days is fine, but not 14 days.
I mean,
So that's where the problem comes is what's gonna happen if somebody makes an application for something that triggers the requirement for whatever the approval, and they do it 2 weeks before the event time, and then staff says, no, you didn't have enough time to review, and they're gonna hear the process isn't working, because I can't get on, because I didn't get my application in 30 days in advance.
For example, one of those that's occurred in the past is one of the road closures, when they're requesting a road closure. And they come in 2 weeks or a week before and say, we want to close 700 South or another roadway that the council wants to know about, or at least we have to prepare and have our PD prepare for it. And there's not enough time to do all of that. So there are some that can come in quickly, we can get it done. And then there are others that have special requests in there that we have to have that lead time.
Yeah, and it seems like, you know, saying no good deed goes unpunished, I mean, that's, yeah, it seems like that's what happens a lot of times when we try to hurry it through, we get, you know, miss something.
But the good thing with the lead time is not only good for us as staff to review, but it's also for the client. Because if there's something that the client needs to work on, the client might need a little more time to get that done as well. For all of us to try and cram everything down in a short period of time, both sides, that makes it real tough sometimes.
So we feel like 30 days is too much to ask for a big event like this, to say, hey, wouldn't you want to plan 30 days ahead?
We will follow your directive. You tell us how to do it.
I think it's a good.
Like I say, 30 days is a minimum. Now, unless it's a request, like say if somebody wants to do the conference park or something like that, that doesn't require the review, like, you know, law or something like that, then there's no reason you can't try to process that quicker, you know, and try to get it through, but, you know, if it involves a large number of people, then we do have issues that we've got to get through.
I would think if we're gonna invite, you know, have 1,000 people somewhere, in the interest of public safety, we want to plan, but, I mean, that's just off the top of my head, I don't. That's like,
Well, Gary, you've been around to see what prior councils made certain requests, and I'm sure they were born out of some of the things that we're talking about right now. As far as planning and safety, and as the city has grown and we have more people and more people want to come here, it makes sense that for the 30 days isn't out of control. Because I can remember over the years, and Matt, you, and Gary certainly know this, that some have come and said, oh, I need a private security firm because you're not going to police it for me. Well, that might take some time to get together, or funding that requires that, especially on larger events. And then also sometimes for the big ones where there are bands that are well known, they often come in advance because they've already booked the band and they're trying to put something together. Like the college has come in several times, maybe months and months in advance, just to make sure the venue is there. You know, there's always going to be the freedom of assembly, and that's going to happen. We can't take that away, but that assembly has to be safe, and it also has to be with respect to the neighborhood. I remember when there was pressure put on to put things in the Sun Bowl, and so we allowed some things in the Sun Bowl, only to have probably dozens of phone calls from neighbors saying, okay, it's 10:30 and it's still going on. So that neighborhood pretty much just said, well, now simple things are going to be restricted.
And I think that's one of the reasons that council wanted to hear it in the past, was that, so that they can know what's going on in the neighborhood, because they're going to call you if there's an issue. They try and put You know, they meet pretty regularly in order to accommodate the request.
Well, I don't think that they need to come to the council for every single one of them. I think a council member can be working with able staff. But there is a flip side, and it should be an option out there for anyone with a special walk or something they're raising funds for, is to be able to come here, because it is a way for the media to broadcast it on the community education channel, as well as just simply those who are reporting various things that are coming up. So,
To invite us, if someone wants to come.
it may not be an approval process, but it might be an awareness process. They should come here and say, we're doing this, and monitor them as well.
I'd be curious too, from Matt and Bill, what are some of the issues that you have ran into in the past that we need to be aware of as we kind of decide how we kind of put this process forward?
Proper time for submittal. You know, if it's 30 days and they push that 30-day envelope, quite often we lose 2 weeks just in review, or 10 days, and all of a sudden if they need to go to city council agenda, then we have.
We should go to Mike.
Okay.
Bill Swanson.
Yes. Thank you. I'll cut to the chase here. As Gary was saying, you know, Prescott, Arizona is one of those that has a council liaison, attends some of the special review committee meetings. Now, as we've all been listening, I thought, well, maybe that would be a good idea, if possible, that on when we invite applicants for major events, because we do invite them into our meetings on an occasional basis, because we have a massive review to ask them. And primarily 90% go through our review team without any big bumps in the road. But there are some large scale events of over 500 and greater that do get more critical review. And again, Prescott, Arizona has 5 levels of permitting. The level A is the courthouse square. I envision it somewhat like our town square, and the streets that surround that covers their mass gathering permit, because that's where their large events are. They really don't have a mass gathering permit. So they knocked it out of the park with 5 levels of permitting. Now, it may say intensive, but it works. You know, it's a little bit more categorized. And it goes anywhere from 90 days out for the major events, down to 30 days for private property events, low impact events. We want to turn them around. We don't want to hold people back, but we would like to give them a very, you know, good review time. If we can get a little bit more than less, that's better.
Matt?
Just a couple items real quick. Some of the challenges we face is probably insurance, trying to get proper insurance, and the other one is probably police security. Obviously, trying to get that all down and get that organized. I think the biggest thing that we all got to think about is our goal is to make the event, no matter what the event is, as successful as possible. Because there's a direct reflect on the city of St. George. You know, no matter what the event is, where folks are coming from, if they're not having a good time, then the city of St. George is the one that kind of has that bad taste in their mouth. So everything we do and what we try to do is trying to help whoever from the event put on a successful event. And whatever way we can do that, whether it's structuring, whether it's pulling back, whether it's better communication, whether it's streamlining, like the city manager is saying, I think these are all the things that we probably consider.
Matt, you and Bill have worked this year 214 special permits, right? Do you have any that were either they walked away because they couldn't make the deadlines, or were there any that you saw up front just weren't going to happen?
No,
Anybody denied it?
No, we had some come in days ahead of time, you know, especially the smaller, like film events.
Yeah.
Sometimes they don't plan far enough out, or we need to get the location agreements in, and their insurance, like Matt said, is really one of the bigger hurdles that we see out there. And like he said, I encourage what Gary said about that master festival license. That really, Park City's got a smooth process as well, very smooth. So we've pulled all the events off, but some of them have been down the wire.
So what's the process if it's on private property? Like, what did the ordinance say? What, do you still require insurance? Does, you know?
Yes. I think the trigger is that if that business wasn't permitted for that type of use in a business license or in its own, if you have a C1 neighborhood commercial, it's out in the middle, it's commercial. You have a business there, they want to hold big event in the parking lot, it's outside of the purview of their business license. And they have, that would be a trigger. If it was located next to residents, that would be a trigger. If they were going to have amplified, situation that might affect the neighbors, that would be a trigger. If they had more than 500 people or 350, whatever you want to do, that would be a trigger. Now, both things happen, you have to take it special.
And private insurance as well.
Right, has to be.
On their business might not be covered under the current license they have. So if somebody says, hey, well, you've got a nice venue, you'd like to do something, they need to look at their own insurance to see if it would even be covered. Because some are not.
Joe, I have a comment or two, and I apologize, I'm not talking well, I never talk too well, but I'm not talking clearly. 2 or 3 things that I'm a little concerned about. Bill, when you mentioned we want it to be a smooth process, we want it to be a smooth process for the person who's making the request, not just the city. So let's make sure that we don't end up with a 15-page form. But I think that staff approval should be given more leeway. There needs to be those triggers in place, but they need to have some leeway to make those decisions. Every event does not have to come to the city council. And so I'd like to see as we organize that we put it together so that you can have trigger points where the staff can approve it, and that's the end of it. Make sure we have an appeal process.
Which goes to the council.
Yeah. And then I think on some of these, we might have them issued where they're good until revoked on events that repeat annually. Then the only other thing is very personal. I hope that we have a grandfathered in for the Lions Dixie Roundup.
Only they behave.
For the Lions, it's great grandfather dinner.
67. I guess this is kind of what I would like to see, is I would like to see Matt and Bill and some of you get together and take those. I think we like Park City and Prescott, Arizona, maybe some of the best out of both of those. Going on with what Joe said, let's keep it to a couple of pages and say, okay, what are some of those trigger points that we think are important, and start drafting something that you guys think would work, and then let's get together and start hammering out what we can do to tweak it and make it so everybody feels good about it. With the key points that we've talked about tonight, such as getting the approval, and if it stays the same, it's approved already next year, not having to come to the council for every event, and giving the staff as much leeway as possible. Is that something that you guys would be comfortable with?
Absolutely.
I don't know what you guys didn't feel that.
Yeah, great.
I feel the same way, because I don't think we need it for
I think maybe, again, don't know, it has to be resolved tonight, but the trigger point, I think needs to be set. I think staff needs to know what we wish for there. Is it 300 like Park City, or is it 500, or is it, in terms of when they have to come here for their first one? I don't know that I have a good feeling for that. 300 might be a little low to me, maybe be a little higher, but I think the other thing that's kind of notable in all this is, there's some that might have, boxes to be checked in terms of what type of event it is, but I don't think you hear really anywhere in any of this that, that really, other than the issues that are at stake, noise, outdoor, parking, entrance, exit, where Sean would say, egress, ingress, and some of those things, security, mentioned, those things are, I think are common across the board. And so it really, it is a special event or a festival, as Gary mentioned, that Park City's terminology, kind of permit or license, and it really doesn't matter what kind of event it is. And if they meet those requirements and staff is satisfied from all the different perspectives, then I think it's great. And I don't know, I don't even know, council, if need to come to council unless it's, either a bigger event or if that the staff feels like it, needs to because of some special things. I mean, when you get to the ones like the university did up on the ridge top, they were expecting 4,000 to 5,000 people. That was a big deal, mostly because of, ingress and egress, right? Traffic, getting down the hill and through the neighborhood and safety as part of it, not just inconvenience and noise, but, we've had 2 good years now, I think, of events up there that, like you said, Jim, you wouldn't need to come back to us necessarily. So I don't know, are there any other things, Gary, that would help you, staff, or can we just have you take a stab at that as Councilman Hughes has suggested?
I think that there's certainly lots of good examples out there. We do the best in each one to bring back to you. But I just think it's important to know that our folks have done a heck of a job in processing special event permits. I mean, there might be a hiccup or two, whatever happens, but if you delve into the issues around them, the staff's done a good job. And I don't want them thrown under the bus because of any other situation. Nobody has ever denied anybody to dance. Specifically, there was a special event permit. Things were blown, in my mind, totally out of proportion. We issue dance permits all the time. Now, there's issues around our committee process that require a different form, different philosophy, and we're willing to do whatever the mayor and council wants to do. But, the number one thing in my mind is safety. You can go online and Google. You want to talk about dance problems, concert problems, or big, large group problems, and see what's happened to places across this country. And we certainly don't want an event like that. That's what the approval process is for, just to make sure that we're not going to have a huge loss of life or a problem with fire or a catastrophe here. And that's why every city you'll go to right now requires special permit. I don't know of any ones. And I might be missing something, but that's what we found. So you can give us whatever instruction you like, and we'll do our best to try to make those trigger points and give you an ordinance that might be a little different from what we have right now. We don't want to use it and all that. But we still need to know what's going on in the community. And also, I know I may be belaboring this, but the special event permit process that we have right now is totally different than we had a few years ago. Because what we kept finding was the bike races and runs and all these things were happening, and they were never coming to the city. And so you'd have police calls come in and say, the neighborhood's closed in, or there's a bike race going on, and there's no barriers out. And somebody just come in and was promoting a special event permit in our city, and we didn't even know anything about it. And there's still a lot of that goes on, but we don't even have a clue what's going on in certain laws. And that's a problem if you got another event that's scheduled, and you got one that comes in on top of the one that went through the process. And so, unfortunately, I know Joe doesn't like some of those forms and regulations like that, but at some point there needs to be a clearinghouse so that if the events can be successful. If you have 4 runs going on at the same time, they're not all going to be successful. And we can get stretched too thin. Neighbors get upset because the streets are closed and you can't get in and out of the driveways. We don't even know what the event is going on. So that's why our process is trying to get a little more formalized than what it was to prevent some of those things from happening as well.
Thanks, Gil. Well, for promoters and those that organize these, it can be this exciting event that you're anticipating, but it can also be kind of scary. When you think about the responsibility you have, you put your event out there, and if it's involving a lot of people, a lot of things can happen. And I would hate to see promoters of certain things start to get a reputation that their event isn't safe and their event isn't within certain guidelines for neighbors, whatever. But, I think people that go to things have certain expectations. When I go to big events, whether it's a soccer game or a ball game or even a dance or a concert or something, I have certain expectations of what's going to be provided for me. Are there facilities for restrooms? If something gets out of hand, Is there gonna be a fight that breaks out? How's that gonna be solved? And I've been at some sporting events where fights have broken out, you know, and you wonder, well, when's this gonna end? Or is it just gonna continue to be a, you know, a Brazilian soccer match where Argentina won? So, you know, it's gonna be scary sometimes, but we want, as Matt hit it, a lot of people want to come here. And we want to make sure that they leave with a good impression of not only the city, the planning that went into it, but the event itself. And we certainly have lots of fun events. 214, that's 2 events every 3 days, basically. And so nobody's going to be bored if they come there. It seems like there's a walk or a race or a concert or whatever, you know, what, 3-4 times a week. So anyway, I think we're on the right track.
Any other thoughts at this point? What would be reasonable, Gary, to sift through what you and the staff have sifted through already and kind of try to bring it back to something that we could consider? And
We could be prepared to have, anybody that's got comments on it, could submit some comments to us if you want. If council wants to provide information to us, we could have proposed ordinance begin by the first meeting in January.
Okay. And again, I think we can do what we've done in the past, not reinvent the wheel. If we've got some good things in the Park City ordinance, that's, you know, certainly a community recognized for, you know, events and certainly attracts many people. So that, and there are some other things that make sense. Let's try that. And I think, you know, it's, what is today? 11th. So yeah, certainly our first meeting in January will be actually what, the 8th, because of the holiday on the 1st. So if that works, great. And if the public have comments, feel free to submit those to us or to staff, either by email or, you know, writing, whatever you want to do. Joe, did you have something?
I just had a comment. You mentioned Park City had some good things in there.
Mm-hmm.
And they're formed.
Except for the long.
Yeah. But there's been a lot of great things in art. Let's not just throw that out.
That's right.
You know, let's get what we got that's good, and that makes it good points to it.
Good point.
So, and Mayor, even on the 8th, that's going to be a draft. So there'll be more discussion. It's going to be something that we'll all be able to massage just a little bit.
Unless we're ready to pass it, then we could.
That's right.
I think we got, yeah, there'd be a public hearing, so could we advertise it or should we wait?
For an ordinance change, you don't need a public hearing, but you are certainly free to take a comment if you choose to do so. So, then I know it's the regular notice period. Our business license officer did point out that she will not be here on the 8th, but I don't know if that's, we'll go for it.
Okay. Well, I think we ought to shoot for the 8th.
Be easier to pass that right here.
That's all right. We have other people. And again, I think, you know, if we can, we're happy to either individually or, you know, whether it's email, phone calls, you know, we'll be happy to take input on it. I think we have, and we could also, I think, make, Gary, couldn't we, the Park City thing available?
Well, yeah, we just got it off the website. You just go into the Park City's website, type in Park City Special Event Permit, it pops up, and you can see the whole ordinance. So same way any one of those cities we mentioned, you just go on their website, type in Special Event Permit process under their city. Yeah. So,
Okay.
it's on our website as well.
It's really not a public hearing today, but do you have something you'd like to?
If I can take some time. If that's okay.
Okay, come forward.
Hi, everyone. I hope you remember me. I spoke about a month ago.
Tell us your name for the record.
I am Tiffany Barnes. Hi. I just want to clarify that what you guys have been talking about is the special event permit process.
That's correct.
that is not what we, as dance promoters and enthusiasts, have brought to the table. Now, you have, I applaud that you guys are going to streamline that a little bit more, but I'm afraid it still does not address the issue.
I think that is precisely the issue.
Well, hold on. An issue that, like, this small city has received so much bad publicity over. It's that this city doesn't allow dance. And all that we're asking for, allow me to read the beginning of my speech from a month ago. We are asking that the city remove any need for permits for dancing from the licensing process.
Yeah.
So I totally support that you have the special event permit process. I clarified that last month. But you have to get permission to dance. That, by the way, loud music, yes, by all means, that needs to be watched, and that could be disturbing to people. But whether or not you're having the loud music, or if loud music is being played, and then your attendees are either sitting there or standing and staring at the music versus dancing to the music, should not be an issue on the permit process anymore.
I don't think it is. I think that's exactly what we're saying.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Exactly what we're saying.
Okay, so.
Because that was never the intention before, was to limit dancing, and that's
So
what.
we will clarify
We'll
that.
clarify for that, so there's no.
Okay, I'm a little confused because, maybe this involves a private conversation, me and with someone, or one of you later on, but I'm a little confused because according to the news, the event was shut down because of dancing, and everything else was taken care of. So is that now removed?
That's what we're trying to
clarify that.
clarify that, so there's no. The issue is that was not, they not shut down because they want to dance. They did not conform to the special event permit that was submitted. And that had to do with assembly, it had to do with a lot of other issues, and so dancing is not the reason why it was done. Now, I don't think we want to get into that. I've got the timelines, we've got all the information, you can go there if you want to go there, but that's going to be a step backwards. The intent of what I understand from the council is to not be specific on what type of event is going to be covered under the special. If you want to hold a dance and you're going to charge for it, and you're going to have more than 500 people there, then it's going to trigger a review process. So if you want to go dance, in whatever it is, it doesn't trigger the approval, then it's not going to require anything.
I support that the number of people makes a huge difference. So why wasn't this clarified last month when I brought this to the council? Yes, because that's exactly what I was talking about.
That's why we're gathering the information.
Okay. All right.
That's all.
Yes, you guys.
That's all. Yeah, that's why that's why we're going through the process. And, you know, again, previous councils, Gary wanted to review these things. That was probably the biggest problem, really, that, you know, we knew, okay, we can probably fix that particular event that happened back in October. Probably would have been reviewed and approved if we had just had a little more time. And so dance or not. So I think what we're going to do is clarify. The city manager's expressed it very well. Staff's looked into it. We'll do what others are doing, and we'll try to streamline it by having everything come here. And so I think you have a very willing council and staff, you know, to work with everyone.
I was very concerned based upon the conversation I was hearing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Should be better in the future. Yes? We're only going to talk about suggestions and, you know, for the future ones.
I'm Jerry Jennings. I'm the promoter that put on said event, and I just want you guys to know that your special event permit process is awesome. It's easy. I've been doing this for 12 years. This is not about special event permit processes. This is about the city of St. George not allowing dance parties to happen and being notorious for that. I was issued a special event permit. The officers came down, staked out our event, and made sure that nobody was dancing because the council didn't convene and approve whether or not we could actually dance at that event. I think that is a problem that the council has to approve whether or not somebody can have a dance.
Well, Jared, again, it may have been at that time, and we really don't want to get into that.
I don't either.
And yeah, I think you wouldn't want to, because there's a lot more involved there. So I think what we're really talking about, and I hope you agree, it's all about what we're gonna do in the future.
I would like you guys to hear out from an event promoter standpoint, what we face as we go to city entities, buildings, to look at putting on an event. I approached the Dixie Center and I asked them if we could put on an event there, and they were totally open and willing to do it until we said that we didn't need chairs. They told us that city council was against having an event or concert or dance where there was standing room only type of events. In speaking with Bill Swenson about having dances or events of that rooftop complex, I've been told that anything that we do needs to end at 11 o'clock at night. I don't know a college kid in the world that wants to go to an event that starts at 10 and ends at 11. We're looking to put on some good, clean, fun entertainment in the community, and we're met with roadblock after roadblock after roadblock. You've got places like Jazzy's in town where you can go listen to music, but you can't dance. The dance hall ordinance is just ridiculous. I've been to Mesquite. We now have permits in Mesquite to hold events, and they don't even have a dance hall ordinance. They just have to get an occupancy permit down there.
Well, and just for the record, we're happy to also look at the dance hall ordinance. We'll look at that, but that is a separate issue. And again, it's, be careful what you bring up, because, again, the skate and other things, we have other information that is probably one of the reasons why what happened in October happened. People are nervous. They get nervous when there's past, indicators that make us think something might, happen that we weren't expecting. So, the future, we hope it'll be better.
I don't know what past indicators you're referring to. We
Well,
conducted 30 plus events in Washington County and they've all been safe. Very safe.
Yeah, we've got some other information on that. From Washington City, from San Paulo State Park, from Mesquite. So, again, that's fine, but we want to have a permitting process that works for everybody. We really do. For any event, we just want to be safe, as the city manager said.
Okay.
And we can work on events, all stuff set up.
I'm honestly curious to the source of your information about what's been unsafe at events such as San Paulo.
Be happy to talk with you offline.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
You bet. Thanks. Yes, sir.
Is there a sound level?
What would you name for the record, sir, if you would?
Robert E. Coombs, Bob. St. George City resident. That's COOMBS. B is in boy and S is in Scott. Is there a sound level ordinance? I'm just asking before making a comment.
We do have noise restrictions, noise ordinance, nuisance ordinance.
Do you? Oh, that made, the thought was, I knew that BYU and the other department, they created a thing which really helped. I can only remember some of the ideas. It was something like, if you have 110 decibels for 2 hours, you have temporary hearing damage. It doesn't matter if it's a lawnmower, a machine, or so forth. But in the dancing area or in the music area, some of the concerts, they haven't been enforceable, I've been told, because the city didn't have a sound level ordinance. To be able to enforce sound level ordinance, you need to have an audio meter. It's usually General Electric, I think, about $650. And then you could allow city police or whatever happens to come in and meet them. Then if you had the ordinance in place and it was a certain decibel, it did, it's not against anything. It's just a concept of how to maintain a safe environment. And I suggest that you may consider, if you have, sounds like you may have already done that, if it's already in place. That was my thought. I was trying to think of something would be, you could use it no matter what it was, and would be controllable, and would be enforceable, so that you could maintain the safe level of hearing. Because that's one of the major problems today, is we've lost our hearing.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Is there so as far as a large outdoor event and amplified music, do we have a time frame that we have in place or a policy that says, hey, you got to be done by a certain time at night, or?
10 p.m. unless council, goes to council and, excuse me. 10 p.m. is the norm unless we go to council, and it's happened once in a while, we push till 11 p.m. So, that's pretty much what we have right now. And also in the review of ordinances, Logan City does have a 95 decibel reading that they watch over. And I've seen 90 on other cities too. So that's something we can visit.
Okay.
We put a decibel rating and check on it.
Thank you. Okay, council, any other questions? All right, I'm going to, let's go for a recess as we prepare for our next item on regarding the net metering policy of the city. We'll have a recess. Let's say 5 minutes, be quick.
Ready?
Thanks for cracking up.
Set up the game with the one really got
I know. And how are
my phone is
You guys are missing the mark here. There's a talk, they tell me that.
You're asking me a question our fire marshal should answer. Okay. Hey guys. How are watch it every year.
Somebody's on TV, it pops up.
It's not the movie, it's when you move it so fast that it makes it
Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a brief intermission between agenda items here at the St. George City Council meeting. Please stay tuned. It looks like the mayor is headed back to the stage, and I think they'll be reconvening shortly.
I think I would take a week off in January, but I think it's New Year's Day. My mom just makes me proud of her. She's been making my sister there. It's just really time for around the time. Yes, don't start. She did. She did because she was sorry.
How about us?
He and Sean were
You all set, Christina? We have 5 minutes, went by fast. Okay. Well, let's go ahead. Gary, back to the agenda.
Thank you. We've been debating for the last few months a net metering policy regarding the solar energy is generated by maybe an individual person and how the city can help use some of that, recover some of our costs. This is not just an issue, just the St. George. It's an issue, big issue in a lot of utilities. So maybe for the council's benefit as well as my own, that we can look at our existing kind of our net metering policy and revision we're talking about, and let Renee, who works with our conservation programs and power, kind of do a little PowerPoint presentation showing you what some of the issues are. And I know there's lots that would like to be involved in the discussion or whatever. What we need to do, our primary concern is that there are fixed costs that are associated with providing energy, and how is it equitable and fair to all the users in the system, and to cover some of those costs. And I think that's the challenge that we're having. So
even if they rarely use it?
Yeah, they rarely, even if it goes offline, they got to be hooked up to another system. There's a lot of sunk costs and transmission costs, even though they may not use it as often as a normal person does. And so there's just a bunch of issues that the industry is facing right now, Europe, America, all of us. And so we are solar supporting. We're the first one to build solar panels down at the wastewater treatment. We believe in the concept of using solar energy, and so we're not really against that. We just need to know how to utilize and how to make sure that it's fairly done in our system, and that we can recover whatever costs that we maybe are not recovering in some of those settings. And so that's kind of frame up those issues and let Renee go ahead and show your short presentation that you can discuss.
And I'll start by saying that maybe the council doesn't know me very well, but some of the members, but I live off the grid, totally powered by solar and wind. I'm a solar proponent. I like solar. I also am a utility representative, and I've been with the utility 14 years, so I also see this from the utility side of the house, and there are two sides to the story. So I'm going to start, let me just give you an idea of what I'll cover. I'll just give you a brief overview of the application process as it stands now and what our current policy is. Why it concerns, what concerns we as a utility staff are looking at, some possible solutions. And I'll end with what our recommendation would be. We don't expect you to adopt any type of policy revisions, but this is a time, I'm sure most of you know a lot about solar because none of you are my solar customers. So, and we started our net metering process or program in 2005. And the process as it stands now, applications come first to my desk. I review them briefly to make sure they really are our customers, because I do get applications from other cities that they just live in the St. George area but don't realize they aren't on our system, or they're on the Dixon Power system, or St. George, but not on our system. So I only deal with those that get service from the city of St. George Energy Services. So then they're reviewed by me. I just make sure the application packet is complete, and I give it then to the Energy Services engineer, who reviews it, redlines it, returns any comments to the contractor or whoever it is that submitted the application. They make corrections, notations, and then it goes back to our engineer for another review until the process is complete and we have approved the one-line drawing and the application. At that point, it then goes to the building department. They have some issues that they address, like structural issues, but there is some more information the building department looks at, but they don't look at anything until we as the utility have approved it. And after the building department has approved it, they can get their permit, they're good to go for the install. The contractor does the install, inspection, and then they get a verification by the utility. And that verification, we are there to see that things like the manual disconnect works, and it's a lockable disconnect box. And that's because if we have an outage and the linemen are going to work, or not even an outage, if they're just doing some O&M in that area, and they want to make sure that none of the solar is generating, they can lock it. And that way there is no risk that the solar could inadvertently feed back on the line, because just as transformers step it down to the house level voltage, it would also step it up to high voltage, putting their linemen at risk. So for us, it's an extra safety step. And then we also place the production meter, 2 meters. Currently the meters are at the city's expense. We put a production meter on because I have certain federal requirements that I have to report to green energy that's generated, and I get that from the production meter readings. We put a bi-directional meter on. Also, the bi-directional meter has 3 readings on it. The bi-directional meter, this is a picture of one of our bi-directional meters, and it has a reading that shows the total energy the house needed, any amount of energy that a customer, whether it's a home or a business, sells back to the utility, and the net, which is the difference, and that's what they're billed off of, if indeed they still need additional kilowatt hours from us. So, and if they have sold anything back to us currently, that's at $1 per dollar trade, so the same amount that they paid for energy, so we buy it back from them in effect. There is one exception. If they generate a kilowatt hour credit for 12 consecutive months, we buy that credit back and set it back at 0. And our best wholesale rate, which right now is 4 cents a kilowatt hour. So that is currently how the policy is working, and for the most part, that has worked well. Like we have in the past had 4 or 5, these first few years we put it on 4 or 5 people come in and put solar on, but the amount of applications and the size of solar systems are increasing dramatically. So we're seeing that, like most other places in the nation, solar is becoming much more popular. It is becoming a bigger behind the meter generation source. And so it's created some concerns for us. For one thing, the review process, we have some contractors that are great that review, 1 or 2 reviews and it's done. Some contractors are not so great, and it's a few weeks before we can finally get everything that they need. So sometimes those reviews take a long time. Sometimes we show up for the verification, and there are 3 of us that go for verification. Sometimes we can show up on the first time and it's good to go. Other times we can't, and we have to come back because it's something that isn't installed correctly according to the 1 line. And the reason there are 3 is because Al Woodcock is our meter specialist. He sets the meters and also is with VAR, verifies all of the install has been done correctly. And I'm mostly there because I make sure we get all the paperwork back. They have to be good for something. One of the concerns is that with us taking a $1 per dollar trade, and with the amount of size increase as well as the number of applications we're getting, more people are in effect zeroing out their bill. So where before, when we first started this, 2-3 kilowatt size systems were going on, and they were supplementing their power but still buying power from us, that was working pretty well for us. But a lot of customers are seeing now that they are zeroing out their bills. So during these winter months, they'll be running a kilowatt hour credit, which they then use in the summer. But over a 12-month period, they're really paying little to nothing. Although that whole period, they do need us because the sun doesn't shine all the time. It goes down at night. Maybe their system has a problem and it isn't working, but for various reasons, they still need the utility. So as a utility, we still have got to make sure that we have procured resources, whether it's power purchase agreements or contractual agreements, that have power available to that customer for their full demand, assuming no solar, because they want power no matter what, and we have to have those resources available. We also still have to operate and maintain the system. They still need the wires to their home. They still have to carry transformers that might have to be replaced. We still have crews that might have to respond to an outage in their neighborhood. Those are all parts of operation and maintenance that currently, if they're zeroing out their bill, the only thing that they're paying is the $15 roughly dollar amount flat charge that they pay because we meter and bill them. But they're not paying anything towards the kilowatt hour usage, which is where we're getting our revenue to cover those kind of expenses that are just part of operating a utility. With 4 or 5 going on in a year, maybe that wasn't a big deal, but we're seeing many more going on. Currently, we have 63 customers out of our 28,000 that have solar. They range in size from a half a kilowatt to 260 kilowatts. They're residential, business, large commercial, so we have a wide variety of customers. And we currently manually read all those meters on a monthly basis. Although they're billed from what the AMR, the automatic meter reading, is picked up, that reading picks up the net meter reading and the production meter reading, and that's what they're billed from. If there's a customer concern or complaint, we have no record of the other billing, so we don't have a way to know if everything is correct or not. So we manually read those meters as a backup for that. So that takes a meter reader a day and a half or so. And currently I've got 8 applications on my desk, and those have come in since October 20th, which was the day we put the program on hold while we try to figure out some of these issues. So there are a lot of costs involved, and there is a question of should the customer who chooses not to have solar end up having to pay a higher rate because we have to also make it arrangements for power purchases for everyone who does have solar, and with them not paying into the system at all and covering those costs. They do in effect get subsidized by some of the other customers. And although we want to encourage solar, it's a renewable resource. We normally get a lot of sunny days. Today's not one of them. That is something that we have a concern for, and we see that as we go forward into the future, it becomes a bigger concern. And solar is also an intermittent resource, so we cannot count on it being available to us 24/7 like we can on Mill Creek generation or long-term contracts, or the market that makes up a small amount of our energy purchases. So we have thought of a bunch of solutions, and I wanted to go through some of them so that you understand how we came to the recommendation we're going to make. We thought of adding a $250 meter compliance or a fee for compliance. That would cover some of the costs associated with the review process, but it also would cover some of the costs associated with the bidirectional meter. Generally, a house meter costs us around $70. The bidirectional meter costs about $350 plus a software package that's around $70 per meter. So the bidirectional is far more expensive. So that compliance fee would help cover some of those costs. We've also thought about metering the total energy that the customer generates and buying that at a wholesale rate and charging them the total energy that they need from their house and not having any of what they generate go to their house. And we would do that through a power purchase agreement or a PPA. And then the customer would be paying for all the energy they need at a retail rate. We actually really liked that option, and this is how it would work dollars-wise. So assuming that the customer's total energy that they generated from their system was 1,000 kilowatt hours, they would get paid 5.5 cents for that power, so they would see a $55 credit on their bill. And also assuming that the total energy needed was 1,100 kilowatt hours, then they would pay a tiered rate, so the first 800 kilowatt hours would cost them 7.5 cents. The additional 300 kilowatt hours would cost them roughly 8 cents. So they'd pay us about $24, or I'm sorry, they would pay us a total of $29.45 if you can account their credit with what they needed. And that seemed reasonable to us. That would allow them to still do as big a system as they want on their house, and we would still be able to use that as a resource. That energy would be a resource to us, and we would be paying them at 5.5 cents. That compares with another renewable resource cost that we have at the petroleum hydro. However, when I started talking to some electrical engineers and our metering specialists about how the metering would work, we realized this doesn't work because currently The power goes from the solar panels to the production meter. From that, it goes to the main panel, so it's used by the house for anything that they need. And then it goes to the bidirectional meter, so if it's not, if the house doesn't need it, it goes out to the utility. If the house needs more, then the utility sends them some energy. That's how it currently works, and we thought it would be pretty easy to put another meter on. However, the only way to do that was to have another panel, a main panel, like a circuit breaker panel, where the generated energy would go to that main panel, and that main panel would go out to the utility, and then they'd have the regular panel and meter that a normal house has. But that adds a significant amount of expense to the cost of putting in, because they have to find where their power comes into their house, probably damage the siding of the house, and then install the other panel. So if it weren't new construction, that might put solar out of the reach of just about everybody, and construction would become pretty difficult. Then we looked at possibly manually billing it. The total amount the production meter picks up plus the net would be the total of the house needs. So maybe we could do manual billings, but we already have 63 accounts and 8 more ready to go on. We're getting a lot of manual billings, and Mr. Peterson has a lot of demands on his time already. I'm not sure that that would be fair to do to him. And I checked with the Tyler software people who does our billing software, and they currently don't have a way to combine readings from 2 different meters to put that on the bill. If that became automated, then that would be great. So some other things we looked at was limiting the size of kilowatts. Maybe we would take a look at what their average load is and say, you generally pull 5 kW, we'll let you put a 3 kW system on. But then here we are, a municipal utility, to serve our customers and telling them exactly what they can do or can't do. It would keep customers from putting on systems large enough to zero out their bill, which would allow us to collect some revenue to cover the costs we have to provide that power. We've also looked at a monthly fee. We're crediting excess generation at a wholesale rate. We're leaving the policy in its current form. So those are some things that we've discussed. But I do have a recommendation from you, and as all of you know, Philip left us, our Energy Services Director, but we do have a new one starting on Monday, and I did make a point to talk with Ms. Mangum and ask her what her opinion was on this situation, because we would like to get this resolved so that customers are no longer waiting for their process to go through. So with staff, we talked with her, and we do agree there is a capacity cost associated with providing customers their power. Whether they have solar or not, we have to have the capacity within our system to make sure that they have the power they need whenever they need it. So we would like to charge net metered customers a capacity charge based on the cost for us to operate and maintain our system and the size of their system. So our half kilowatt customer, maybe he produces so little power that it really isn't worth it to give him much of a capacity charge. But maybe the ones with 5 kilowatts, we're looking at a tiered rate, would get a capacity charge based on the fact that they're still buying some electricity from us. So their capacity charge may be smaller than, say, the customer that puts a 12 kW system on their house and they're zeroed out their bill. To do that fairly, we're going to need some time to actually analyze our costs and determine what the correct capacity cost would be for the customers. However, I have many customers that are in limbo, and I don't want to leave them that way, nor do I want to leave the contractors that way. So my suggestion is, at this point, that I talk with the customers who are currently in limbo, let them know that there's going to be a change to the net metering policy, and assuming council approval, and this is where I would like some direction from the council to know if you think that we're going in a direction you're comfortable with, that there will be a capacity charge on their bill. If they would like to go forward with their install, we've got most of them have been reviewed and approved. We'd like to tell them that they can go get their building permits. Understanding that within 3 to 6 months, we will be back to the council with an analysis having been done on our costs and what we feel is an appropriate amount to charge a meter customer that allows them to still generate solar, that is renewable, helps us out, but also allows us to recoup those costs associated with making sure that we are, as a utility, in a fiscally responsible way, making sure that we're providing their needs as well, because we are, in fact, their battery backup. At home, I've got batteries to back me up for people tied to the grid. We're their battery backup. And I have had a lot of calls on this, and I've had a lot of people really upset. And I guess I should make it clear that if they don't want to participate in the program, they can put solar on and totally disconnect from the grid. We are okay with that. But if they want to totally disconnect from the grid, that's their option, that they can do that. But if they want to stay tied to the grid, then it needs to be done in a manner that is equitable to the customer that puts solar on, but also to those that don't put solar on.
Sorry,
No, please ask.
If they do totally disconnect from the grid, then we're not required to have the capacity available.
No, we wouldn't have any capacity available for them, they wouldn't get a meter reading, they wouldn't have any service from us at all. If they totally connected, they wouldn't have the wire go to their house or their underground level.
So if you want to have the convenience of having the backup being 30 years old power, then a capacity charge is what you're suggesting.
That's what I'm suggesting. And I will tell you, from my perspective, I live off the grid and I have a battery backup at home. If I had my druthers, I'd have a utility backup because it would be a lot easier. But I don't have that, so I understand that the utility being the battery backup is a real asset. So.
Well, I've been listening and thinking about this, and by the way, I love the solar on our pool because I can control it and I pay nothing to heat our pool. And then also, though, I've been looking at other places where I pay something, and for example, I know friends that they don't use their cabin in the winter, or they don't use something in the summer, and they always have a place where they fall to, and they pay at least that.
Right.
And I know to a certain extent that exists with folks that say, well, you know, I shut my water off in the winter, and yet I still have a $10 water bill. Not here, I'm saying in other places like Brian Head and others. And they're saying, well, that's because we still have a meter, we still have someone that checks it, you know, there's still costs associated with it, whether you use one or not. So help me to wrap my head around where you're headed in the idea of, you know, why don't some of these that are net metering, they're already saving quite a bit, but if they're connected to the utility, why not just $15 every month and we don't care what you do?
That would kind of be the capacity charge, because they were based on the size of their system. So whether they're providing the majority of the power or a small amount of the power, because if they're only providing a small amount of the power, what they're buying from us in addition is enough revenue for us to compensate us for the costs of service. But if they're covering for all of their power, then we would want to charge them a capacity charge, and it would be a flat rate every month based on the size of the solar that they put on their home. And it would be in addition to the 1548 fee that everybody, all the residents get, or the customer fee for the commercial customers, which is a different rate.
I just think you gotta make it as fair as possible, but as simple.
And simple, and we don't want to make it so labor intensive that we have to come to the council and say, gosh, now we need another person just to manage the metering program. That would add a lot of expense. And, you know, one of the, with respect to the manual reading of the meters, that's very labor intensive. However, most of the problems that we find or customer disputes happen in the first 3 to 6 months of the system being put on. The customer either doesn't understand their bill, I completely get that, it's not really easy to understand sometimes with the net metering number. Or they feel the meter isn't reading correctly, or we have found that sometimes the meter isn't reading correctly, but we usually find that out in the first 3 to 6 months. So we're suggesting that also in addition, we would not manually read all of the meters every month for the first 6 months the system is online. We would, if there's no problem, we would read it manually again unless it is, and that would help for our meter reader, for me, because I put it in a spreadsheet, and Mr. Peterson, who reviews the spreadsheet, compares it to the bill. So that's the other thing that we're suggesting for this as well.
In your research, have you seen some examples of your capacity charge, what's capacity charge?
None that's been implemented yet. However, I attended a conference in October, and I went to a lot of the solar net metering type workshops. And this is a huge concern for most of the utilities within the country. And this is something most utilities are looking at, because like us, they're finding that trying to resolve it through a meter issue is not as easy as it may seem. Some have different billing software, so they may not need to do the manual billing in order to combine the production and the net meter. That, for those utilities, that might work better. But, you know, the utility billing software we use is not uncommon, so we're not the only utility using it. We're not the only ones facing these kind of questions of how to do billing.
Okay. Council, questions?
Do you have any ideas on what some of the solar contractors, the issue they might have with that? You know, obviously nobody wants to pay if they don't have to, but.
Well, I don't know that the contractor would have an issue, but the homeowner, the reason we put the policy on hold is that when a homeowner looks at putting on solar, it's a significant investment, and they're, I'm sure, looking at their payback period.
Yeah.
And a capacity charge is, even if it's a small one, even if it's $2 or $3 a month, would affect their payback period, and we do not want to have customers who felt like that it was going to be one way, and then I change it another way, without them having a chance to look at their finances and determine if that still makes it a good payback period for them. Because tax credits play into it, and their tax liability determines what their tax credit may be. And so there are a lot of things for customers to look at.
How soon do we believe we would have a capacity charge established?
Well, in talking with
6
staff,
months or so?
we think, we'd like to say 3 months, but we also know it's going to involve more than a little bit of analysis of our costs. So, and we want to make sure that it's fair and not just a number we picked out of a hat and said, gosh, this is good. You know, we want to make sure that we've chosen an amount that actually reflects our cost. And we know some utilities in Florida with, say, 20 megawatts of solar behind the meter is really causing an issue with, because it's so intermittent, keeping their system reliable. And we would like to address these issues before it becomes a problem. We're trying to be proactive rather than reactive.
I just hate to keep them in limbo so long.
Which is why I think if I contacted customers that are in process now, and I will do that, I will contact them between tomorrow and next week, let them know what we're thinking. I'm usually here, but I'll also send out an email to the contractors that I'm an active list, and let them know too. And if the customer would just send me an email so I can put it with their application, yes, I want to go forward, and recognizing that there may be a monthly charge in the future, I want to go forward. I've got 8 on my desk, 7 that are good to go. 1 that's, well, no, there are 3 that are finishing their review process now.
Just think if we could give them, you know, that's nice if we let them go forward, but you don't know the full story.
Right.
So if we could even give them a, you know, we're thinking between here and here.
I wish I were really comfortable thinking that we.
I agree with the mayor, that I guess there's nothing really that says, even if we were to say there wasn't gonna be one, there could be one in the future, so I mean, that's kind of the unknown, it can always happen. I'd like to see them be able to move forward, if they wanna move forward, just knowing that for sure before discussing it, but the mayor's got a legitimate concern, I don't know how, I can see you don't want to put that number up right now, we should.
Because it really, we haven't, I mean, we have been discussing this a lot, but we haven't looked at the numbers. And that is, you know, one of our advantages, you know, there's good and bad and everything. We miss Mr. Solomon. But one of our advantages for getting Ms. Mango back is she's excellent at this analytical stuff and will point us in a direction and help us figure this out. But, so we have changes.
It shouldn't take us that long to do that.
I would think not, but I didn't want to say, oh, we'll have it back to you on the 8th of January and then tell the contractors, gosh, we didn't.
Right.
You know, I'd rather underestimate, but not overpromise, you know, and then if we come back ahead of time, then that would be better. And I would venture, based on the customers I've spoken with, they're in limbo, I suspect most of them will want to go forward with their installs. But I still think I need to hear from the customer that that's what they want to do.
Well, I appreciate that. I think that's a good plan.
So let's at least do that.
Okay, so I will make a point of, I guess I'm assuming that that is from all of you.
Yeah, it's not, we're not approving anything, but I think council, are you comfortable with that for now?
Let them go ahead and
Michelle?
And are you okay with the direction we're looking at with respect to a capacity charge based on the size of the solar system? Or the solar PV system, because it's such a
Solar system. Whoa.
I think that's the simplest way to do it, when the way you explained it very good, it's a complex issue. And I think that's the simplest way to take a look at it, and not to go from there and say yes or no.
Okay.
And no matter what the dollar amount is, I would hope that anyone still attached to the grid, to our utility, would look at that also as insurance or a backup, as you called it, because it's almost like saying, you know, even if my system goes down or I have panel problems or extreme weather conditions, there's some backup there.
I will give a plug to our line crews. You know, at my house, if the power goes out in the middle of the night, I kick my husband and he has to go out of bed, you know. And here, if our power goes out in the middle of the night, we have line crews that respond 24/7. There's a value to that.
Yeah.
And I think that's important to understand, that there's a significant investment when you put in solar. There's also a significant investment that the public utility has made in making sure we have the infrastructure and the capacity to serve the customer. And both have costs involved to them. You gotta look at that and be responsible.
You can weigh that against your personal situation.
Right.
Having your own battery back.
I didn't know that when I did.
See, well, somebody in our department has to be the tree hugger and not me.
Hey, we have one here.
Yeah.
But I'm a reasonable tree hugger.
Anything else, council? Are there any, you know, this isn't a public hearing, but it is kind of a work meeting format. Any comments? Okay, if we can make it brief, please come up and state your name.
My name is Thomas Tackatch. I'm a customer, and I would be very upset if I thought that solar customers, people who have PV systems, were using the system and not paying for the energy that they receive. Right. And that's just, my understanding of it is that's just not the case. One thing that is not being brought to attention here is it almost sounds like if a solar customer zeroes out their meter, then they actually haven't contributed anything. Actually, what they've done is distributed the energy to the grid, and usually just their next door neighbor receives that energy. The grid, the power company actually receives money because that neighbor is paying for the electricity that they've received. And the other element is that the power company, as town grows, the power company will require to expand the energy plants or the facilities. That's very expensive to expand the energy capacity production. So individual solar power plants by individual residents is the least inexpensive way that power can be produced by the power company, because they're paying for the system. The power company doesn't have to buy the power plant, so it's actually it's a very cost-effective way to provide the electricity that the power company has to provide during the day, during business company hours. So I just wanted to make sure that we all understood that the energy is being benefited from the power company because that energy is being paid for by the neighbors. When the energy goes into the grid, the neighbors are paying for that energy that is introduced to the grid.
And well taken, but I think there still are other costs that we've got to, I'm not sure that those rates would pay for. There's still transmission costs, you know, and there's, you know, and we're going to address some of those, but
Right, and I agree, we use that energy that they generate in excess. However, I'm not sure that it would defray a capital cost because we still have to make sure we provided the power for the total amount of energy that's going to be needed, whether there's solar or not. And one of my examples would be that one of our commercial installs went offline for a couple of months because they had some issues with their system. We had to make sure we could still provide them all the power they needed for those months that their system was offline. So, you know, one customer doesn't require a power plant, but a lot of customers going offline. We still need to make sure we have those resources available, and we have to assume no solar. Although we recognize with a lot of solar coming on, that will affect our resource and forecasting. And that is something we're also looking at. How do we meter that with our SCADA system, our computer system, so that we can start to predict how much solar will be available on the system. And that's another issue not related to our net metering policy.
And so I think Gil might mention, you know, if nothing else, we're acting as an insurance policy. I'm in the insurance business, that costs a little money. Just, you know, you're basically saying, you'll bear some of this risk for me, and I'll pay you, insurance company, to do that. So I think that's the struggle, and that's what we got to try to do is try to find, as everyone said, a fair price to do that.
And like Van said, if they don't want to pay that and they want to go completely off the grid, they can.
And then they can buy a different insurance policy.
Right.
Okay.
I'm Angela DiGiovanni. So in essence, it sounds like you want to charge solar customers a connection fee to stay with the grid.
No, a capacity fee, not a connection.
Okay, so what does the connection fee that they have to already pay anyways, what exactly does that cover?
Okay, so if you're thinking of the connection fee, we do have a connection fee that utilities charge to set the meter and that kind of thing. It's just a fee that every customer pays for the standard meter.
This is ongoing.
Right, and this is ongoing, or you may be thinking of the impact fee, which is what we charge for new infrastructure to go on. This is not for new infrastructure, it's for maintaining the current infrastructure we have. It means if the transformer blows, we've got to replace it, right? And all of the people that are fed off that transformer, through their rates, pay us so that we have a spare transformer we can go pop in. Right? Hopefully I'm explaining that.
So if I do a remodel and I'm going to install solar, what kind of permit do I pay for right now?
Well, you would pay for your remodel permit.
Okay.
Okay.
Not a special permit.
Solar, because you'd be doing solar as part of the remodel, it would be all covered in that building permit. But there is, if you're just doing solar, it's a $60 permit fee, and that's the permit fee, the least expensive permit fee that the building department has, and it covers their costs because of going out to inspect for wiring and that kind of thing.
Okay, and then I'm curious, how did we get from St. George Power offering incentives to go solar, cash incentives to go solar, to now wanting to charge a fee to go solar?
I think she's already explained that.
Well, and some of that is, we wanted more renewable resources, and we did offer some cash incentives. At that point, solar was significantly more expensive than what it is now. But we also went through that money much faster than we thought we would when we had a lot of commercial customers go, and we were writing out rather large checks for the rebates, and that depleted the fund we had for rebates, hence no more rebates. But at that time, we were also getting 4 or 5 systems a year, and now 8 in a month. So we're seeing that this is probably because solar has decreased in price, so it's becoming more affordable. That this is something that there is so much more interest that the cost is becoming more than just a small amount. And it is something that maybe right now with 63 counts is not a huge deal, but as we get more and more on, that becomes a big deal. And we're trying to address it before it's an issue, trying to be proactive about it rather than reactive.
And what was the incentive? What was the philosophy behind offering the incentives in the first place?
At that point, we did not have much renewables in our resource portfolio, and we wanted to get more renewables in there, and we had some funding for it. So there were 2 things. We have since gotten more renewables in our portfolio, so some of that funding that might have gone to rebates now pays for some of the other renewables. But also the amount we had allocated was used up.
Why did you want the renewables?
Well, we know the renewables are part of we try to be as environmentally sensitive as we can, and renewables are part of that, but renewables are not always an easy resource to manage. They're intermittent. Hydro is less intermittent, but wind, we had some wind for a while, wind, solar, some of those are really intermittent, so they are harder to schedule, to count on. And so we look for resource portfolio or renewable resources like the low impact hydro, which is not interruptible, is not intermittent, and a better renewable resource for our system demands.
Thank you.
And then, lastly, what's going to happen while you're trying to determine this, this fee? Is net metering going to stay on hold during that whole time? Can people pursue getting solar during that time?
Yeah, my recommendation is, and the council seems to have approved, that I will contact the customers that are in process, and any that come to me after that, let them know what we're looking at, and they can choose whether or not to go forward. And as I said, I've got 8 on my desk, 5 or 6 of them that are ready to go. I'll contact the customers between tomorrow and Monday and see what they want to do.
So in addition to the ones that are waiting, people can still come on.
Correct.
So the on-hold meter thing will be lifted.
Right, as long as they understand that the policy will be revised and that the current policy is not, it is what they'll go in under, but that this is what we're looking at. And then they can make a decision as to whether or not they want to go forward. And the customer's decision, which it should be.
Thank you. The way I understand it, it's either that or we subsidize. And I think it's a lot like a lot of other stuff we do, for example, recycling. It costs money. It's much cheaper to take all of our garbage and bury it in landfill. But sometimes short term. Yeah, short term. We have to look at that and say, now it'd be nice if we woke up tomorrow and everybody had their own solar plant in their yard, but that's not where we're at. So there's some costs involved there. And that's, I hope everybody understands that's what we're trying to establish here is Renee said we can get ahead of the game and not be comes down the road and everybody gets solar and then we say, oh, by the way, we got to charge you all $200 a month because, you know, we have capacity to provide for you. So that's what we're trying to do. Go ahead and start.
Yeah, my name is Gary. I've got a couple of points I want to address. One is the sellback electricity to the power company. When somebody net zeros their meter, they're selling the power back to the power.
Get just a little bit closer to the mic.
Yeah, they're selling power back to the power company at a wholesale rate. The power company is selling it to their customers at a real retail rate. They're making a profit on that. Shouldn't that cover transmission fees? And the other thing is, if you're looking at transmission fees, and I'm selling power back to the power company, who's it going to? Is it going to my neighbor? You know, what is the transmission fees for transmitting electricity 100 feet? You know, it can't be very high. And the other thing, it has to do with, you talked about the power company being an insurance policy for the solar power providers, but that's actually a reverse situation too, because the solar providers are actually an insurance policy for the power company, because there could be a time as more and more people are producing solar power and electricity that in a situation where there's an emergency and the power company goes offline, they could actually power the city, the power that they're sending back into the grid. You know, so that works both ways.
Well, it may eventually. I mean, initially,
you know,
it's going to be tiny.
It starts out tiny.
That's
right.
right.
In 10 or 15 years, you know, that could be a major power source for the city.
Let's hope it is. You know, let's hope it is. But I think this can be adjusted. Renee, do you want to respond to his first?
Yeah. Currently, the only time we buy it at a wholesale rate is if they've generated a kilowatt hour for 12 consecutive months. And I do have 2 part-time residents that do that, and we routinely buy their energy back at 4 cents. But for all of the other customers, we're buying it at the retail rate. So when they sell it back to us, it's at a dollar for dollar trade. So, and with respect to solar being able to power the city, I can see it as a good resource for the city, but realistically, a home could not send their power back out onto the grid and try to power the city, because the grid would then try to, everybody on their circuit would try to come up from that one home, or maybe even 5 homes, which would not be enough power for that circuit to come back online. And that would damage the home's solar and their panel and things. So a resource for us, certainly, but not something we could use as, say, a backup generation, like we do Mill Creek or our diesel generators.
Would that be a better lawsuit to allow the power company to buy the electricity at a wholesale rate and then sell it at a retail rate? That way you wouldn't have to worry about any surcharges or any fees at all.
Well, and that's the metering issue, that we can't find an economical way to do the metering so that it doesn't cost a lot more for a customer to install a second panel on their home and make the installation of solar more out of the ballpark for people. Plus, not very many people will want to damage the siding to their home in order to install that second panel. We really thought the metering would be the easiest thing until we actually checked with electrical engineers and things to see about, and our billing software to see about how that would work.
Maybe in the future it'll be different, but
Maybe.
right now.
But right now.
Thank you. Okay, I think the council has given their direction for this anti-limbo policy direction. So I think that's good, and that way people that really want to move forward can. I think you know, we do want, and we all want to be equitable and fair to everyone across the board. So. Okay, and we'll be, you know, ready anytime when you have something you can bring back to us, Renee, and whether it's a couple of months or it's not too much longer. All right, Gary, did you want to talk about the traffic? You can. And then we could do a brief recess. We prepare for the fourth item. Cameron? This isn't on the agenda, but again, yeah, we're just taking it early because city manager and I were talking to Cameron the last week or so. He's got some information that can be helpful. Things that are budgeted for, but I want to just tee them off. So Cameron's going to be brief.
Sorry, I had the exhibit on the other computer.
Okay.
See if this will pop up.
Did you also turn off the heat? Is that what you're saying, Joe? Oh, it's cool. You want my coat?
Cameron was planning on waiting till the end of the meeting. He wanted to stay here the whole time.
Okay, let's see if I can zoom in on this. Sorry about this. I don't know if you're gonna be able to see this very well, but there are several locations that we've been looking at for traffic signals, doing some more studies. Obviously, Mall Drive Bridge, when it opened, with the traffic going across there, we've been monitoring Mall Drive and 3000 East on that side. Now, if I can zoom in and so you can see these locations, I have a feeling that we'll be able to pan. Okay, going across the screen there on the left, we've been, some signals, some locations we've been looking at for quite a while, and maybe for the next 5 years or so they'll get a warranted signal. But this is Dixie Drive at Stonebridge Drive and then Dixie Drive at Sunbrook Drive. And then also down on the south side, 1600 South and Dixie Drive, that's where we just recently made the connection to the cemetery, right there. as Plantations gets built out, obviously that will get used more, but with the cemetery access, that may be, get used a lot more in
You want it sooner?
The location on it doesn't, see if we can pan down a little bit. No, I'm gonna miss a couple, well, no, that'll get it. All the way to the top, that's 450 north and 3050 east. The line that I've got in there, 450 north connection, the roadway connection is not connected yet. Once that connects, we believe that will warrant a signal. Ironically, with the Mall Drive Bridge going in, that reduced the traffic at that intersection quite a bit, quite significantly. So that's still on our radar for a traffic signal sometime in the near future. Mall Drive Bridge, or not Mall Drive Roadway at 3000 East, we've been monitoring that. That one is one of the three, and I'm going to recommend need a traffic signal. We've got 3 in the budget currently. To the south, and this pointer doesn't really show up very much, so I can't point to it, but 3000 East, 1450 South, we've been looking at that. That does not meet those signal warrants for the volume warrants yet. And then St. James on River Road, that's the signal, wish I could point to it a little better. Let's see if this will show up. That's this one right here. You know me, I shake worse than West. So that's 1450 South, or River Road, St. James, my apologies. That one does not meet any volume warrants, but there are 2 other warrants that can warrant a traffic signal. And I'll explain that in just a moment. And then Horseman's Park Road, River Road, and then Brigham Road, River Road. Horseman's Park does not quite meet the volume warrants yet. We are looking to bring to council a proposed design agreement to be able to start some design on this segment of roadway, including the bridge and including the signal. And then River Road and Brigham Road does meet volume warrants currently. There are a total of 9 warrants to be able to meet signal warrants. 3 of them are volume warrants. There's a crash warrant, a school crossing warrant, a pedestrian warrant, a train on the rail tracks warrant. And then there are 2 of them that deal with the system, a roadway network and a coordinated signal system warrant. And that is to be able to create gaps. Like, for example, River Road at St. James, we have signals up above and we have signals at Fort Pierce. And if we don't have a lot of gaps in the traffic and it makes the side street traffic suffer, you can warrant a signal for it to be able to create platooning, those cars trying to break gaps, and signal or warrant that signal. And that's what I'm proposing. So 3 locations, under all these locations, I'm proposing or recommending that a signal be installed at 3000 East Mall Drive, St. James and River Road, meaning the coordinated signal system warrant, and then also Brigham Road at River Road. I'm talking too much, sorry.
No, that's perfect, Cam, and I appreciate you explaining the warrant situation, because we really don't just put one up, wherever we want to. We're trying to meet those requirements. So, council, any questions? Again, these 3 are budgeted. It doesn't necessarily require direction, but I thought, because we hear about these kinds of things probably as much or more than anything, I wanted the council to be aware and be okay and get Cam in that direction to go forward. Any thoughts?
Cameron, the one at Mall Drive Bridge in 3000, that approaches our city limits with Washington. Do they generously step forward and say, we'll build half of that?
I have not approached them for the cost of this, nor have I determined how many of those vehicles we counted are Washington versus St. George. But not.
Isn't the other side of the road Washington?
Yeah,
Yes, it is, but it's at the east side of the intersection going south, this city.
All the residents to the north of that intersection are all in Washington City.
The commercial that's going to be there will all be in St. George.
Well, I think it's our recommendation as well, is to go ahead and get the traffic signals designed so we can go and meet a construction schedule. But as if the council approves the general plan amendment that you will see next week, or set the hearing, and the hearing approved the general plan amendment, and the see the construction on the project that's contemplated there, then they'll have to do a traffic impact study for their development, and they probably will, I'm assuming that there may be some correlation to their business with regard to the need for the signals.
So we can go ahead with the design and then they may do some comparisons, so that would help, And you know, Cameron didn't mention this, but we had really thought that one of these signals would have to be, you know, paid for through the budget for Mall Drive and Riverside. And because the project went so well, they were able to cover that through,
Mall Drive.
Yeah, and, I was thinking of, well, anyway, it was covered within the budget because we just keep it under. So.
And you said that on 14, 15, 3,000, it means it doesn't track.
Well, it's next contact.
Yeah. You have a lot less traffic. I haven't noticed a lot of others.
They were measuring several of these before and after the bridge, right, Cameron? So it's interesting to see, but I suggest that we proceed.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we'll be grateful to get one at St. James.
Except we'll have to make one more stop on that.
Yeah, but, oh,
Well, don't they all turn right for you, Jimmy?
Yeah, they do, for some reason. But thank you for bringing Road and River up, because that's been crucial,
lots of emails on that one.
especially when school is going, which I know we talked about it before.
Okay.
Cameron did me at one point say too that some of the traffic out of Fort Pierce needed to take the Southern Parkway, because I still see a lot of big Family Dollar and other semis coming out of Brigham. You know, I thought we had instructed, basically, the reason that the Southern Parkway exists was for them to head south.
I don't have any counts going south of there to find out how many cars are taking it today. I know some do. I've observed it, but I don't have any volume counts to know. But you're correct. That was one of the points of discussion with development out there in Fort Pierce.
Because even if Family Dollar is going north, it's still faster to catch the freeway by first going down to the Parkway and then going over to exit 2.
We didn't put any stipulations on there, they located there.
Yeah. Maybe we could encourage them to go to other line. We'll talk. Okay, thank you. We'll now have a brief recess as we get ready for the order item on this agenda.
Some of those you can hear brief.
Brief is 5 minutes, and Joe suggested that we give us all pagers.
Did you buy that?
Maybe that's the whole.
Oh, you are.
Too bright? They come with me with it? What's that? Well, no. I thought I was going to explain it. Oh, they're going to borderline angelic. Yeah. Watch out. You bet. I'll do
Looks like council is preparing to resume session.
Okay. Back, ready to go. Gary?
This item is an appeal from city manager's decision to uphold department head's recommendation for the motion. The issue is the classification system in the fire department has levels 1, 2, and 3. And in order to keep those levels, there are certain requirements for the employee to fulfill. This went through the normal personnel process in the city where the department head made a recommendation, met with the employee, made a recommendation, the employee appealed to me. I had a hearing, and after the hearing, weighed the evidence and made the recommendation I would support the department head. Under the city policy, the employee has the right to appeal to the mayor and city council. That's where we're at tonight. There's a notice requirement that the reason it's before you tonight, after the appeal, there's only so many days before you have to hear it. That is the time for that appeal was this tonight, because it would have been too long if we waited until next meeting. So with that introduction, I'm going to let the city attorney handle the process, how it goes forward. Under the ordinance, it's very specific in the process that is set out there and how the thing will proceed. So let's show them, take it.
Thank you, Mayor. It's as the board, and I'll explain how that works in the appeals board of the city. Your job right now is to explain why we're here. So if you will do that, I think the city manager's touched on some of that, but right.
Some of this will be repetitive, council, but Tyler Whitehead, a full-time firefighter, is appealing his demotion from firefighter 2 to firefighter 1. The recommendation was made by his department head, Chief Robert Stoker, to the city manager, Gary Esplin. Under city policy 4.50, discipline and employee appeal, an employee has the right to appeal the disciplinary action of demotion to a lower classified position with reduction in pay to the city manager. Tyler Whitehead appealed the recommendation to the city manager, and the city manager had an appeal meeting with Tyler Whitehead. The city manager upheld the decision to demote Tyler Whitehead to firefighter 1. So Tyler Whitehead now appeals the decision of the city manager to the mayor and council in accordance with city policy 4.50.
So, Mayor and Council, what I'd like to do now is read to you how the process unfolds, and if you have any questions, please ask. The City Council serves under City Policy 4.50 as the board for the purposes of hearing employee appeals. The mayor conducts the hearing, and 3 members of the council constitutes a quorum for purposes of hearing the appeal. The mayor votes only in the case of a tie vote. In this case tonight, we have 4 council members here, so we will, when the balloting process starts, we will ask the mayor to at least cast a vote, but it won't necessarily be read at that time unless it's necessary. The hearing procedures are as follows. The mayor and city council shall take and receive evidence, fully hear, and determine the matter that is the subject of the appeal, and only the subject of the appeal. The hearing shall not be bound either by legal procedures or by legal rules of evidence. The mayor will open the hearing by naming the parties and stating the nature of the action taken by the city and the relief the appealing employee is asking for, which the mayor has done. A record shall be made of proceedings, and the city recorder shall retain a copy. The appealing employee has the burden of proof. He shall make an opening statement and present his evidence to the council, including all facts and evidence he wishes the council to consider, and all witnesses he wants to testify. The appealing employee may examine any evidence to be considered by the council. The city may question any witness the employee has testified. The city shall present its case, including all facts, evidence, and witnesses it wishes to testify. The appealing employee may question any city witness who testifies. This presentation may include a rebuttal of any of the evidence presented by the appealing employee. If desired, the appealing employee may then question any facts or evidence presented by the city and present a rebuttal. And finally, both the appealing employee and the city shall make a closing statement if they choose to do so. The mayor and members of the city council may question the appealing employee, the city representative, and any witness. However, the council may not choose to call in or question additional witnesses. When the time comes for voting, and I'll remind the council at that time, the decision of the mayor and city council shall either affirm or reverse the disciplinary action imposed by the city manager, but may not impose a different discipline. The mayor and city council shall adhere to the following procedures in reaching this decision. The mayor and city council members shall vote by secret ballot. The mayor and city council members sitting at the hearing may not abstain from voting. The ballot shall be revealed and counted in the presence of the mayor and city council members. The decision to affirm or reverse the disciplinary action imposed by the city manager shall be by simple majority. The mayor and city council's decision affirming or reversing the city manager's decision shall be certified to the city recorder within 15 calendar days from the end of the end of the hearing. The city recorder will then certify the decision and copy it to the employee, the head of the effective department, the city manager, and the human resources director. So are there any questions about the procedure? All right. Mayor, I would say that to begin the meeting, it would be helpful in keeping order if both sides were to state who their witnesses are. Okay? So we'd ask the appealing employee if the mayor chooses to state who his witnesses will be.
Mr. Whitehead, would you like to state who your witnesses will be?
I do have some questions. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know what I can and can't do. If, as far as the witnesses go, do they have to agree to be a witness for me, or can I just call them and then ask them questions?
There's nothing in this proceeding to compel anybody to come forward as a witness.
But if I call them, they don't have to give an okay to speak with me, or how does that work?
You cannot make anyone testify, Mayor, so, and neither side can. Obviously, you invite witnesses to come, assuming that they would speak on your behalf if asked to do so, but there's no way to compel anyone to
And then the second part of your question was, can you question those witnesses? Is that right?
Both sides can question anybody who testifies as a witness, as well as the city council and the mayor.
So one of my witnesses will be Captain Nelson, and he'll be one of my witnesses. And then the other one will be Greg Anderson. And that will be all my witnesses, unless I would like to have Chief Stoker called as one of my witnesses, and also Captain Emily called as one of my witnesses.
Okay, thank you.
And the city would call Judith Mayfield, Human Resources Director, Robert Stoker, Fire Chief, Ken Garb is also a firefighter, Darren Emily, Cody Chadburn, and City Manager Esplin. However, I would also say that I assume that if you choose not to call a witness, then they would not be available for the other side to cross-examine, so to speak, if they have to call them as one of their witnesses. For example, if I did not call, if Greg Anderson was not called as witness, for example, then I would not list him as a witness, so I would not be able to examine him or ask him questions because he hasn't been called as a witness.
Okay, you understand that?
I don't, say that again?
Only those that actually testify as witnesses will be available for examination or questioning from the city council or from the city.
But as long as they're named, we can examine and ask them questions. Right?
You can call them as your witnesses. Yes, if I were not to call any of these people as witnesses, and you have not named them as witness, then you would not be able to ask them questions just as I would for you. Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to keep this simple.
Yeah. Very good.
Hey, so I have one more quick question. If I don't call them as a witness, can I not use them as a witness?
If they are not a witness, you don't call them as a witness, and the city does not call them as a witness, then obviously they're not a witness. So.
But as long as their name is a witness by one of us, I can talk to all of them.
Only if they are called up as a witness by the party that has named them as a witness.
So if you'd like to add any others.
I would. I would like to add Chief Guard to that. I believe that's Gary Esplin too.
I'm not, I don't have to testify, right, for him?
You do.
No.
If I don't want to.
Yeah, if you do not want to testify, anybody who does not want to testify cannot be compelled to testify in this hearing.
You called him, so that's why.
Yes.
But I haven't.
He calls me and I respond.
That's right.
Then you can ask a question.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, so Sean, next. Do you open?
It's, as it states in ours, it now is turned over to the appealing employee to, state their case.
Okay.
All right, first of all, I have some packets for each one of you for all this. Do you want to give that to them? Is that what?
One thing with this, I'd like to say this just to make sure, I think Sean alluded to this, just want to make sure, Tyler, we need to make sure that your comments, statements are always subject to that they are relating to the appeal of your demotion. Okay.
I agree.
They're confined to that.
Okay. First of all, my name is Tyler Whitehead. I've lived in St. George my whole life. My grandpa Whitehead was a Washington County Sheriff here for St. George in Washington County. He was also on the St. George Fire Department for a number of years as a volunteer. I served on the St. George Fire Department for 10 years. Pretty much 4 years full time and everything. My first 6 years before that, I worked as a part-time fire department employee, and I worked part-time shifts. I'm a part of the TRT specialty program and think it's a great program. It benefits the department as well as the public. It helps save a lot of lives for the specialties that we go out on as a department. I've completed over 40 hours of my own specialty training with my crews. And this is on our own time during the days. And that's in the last 9 months. So I do take my specialty serious. And that's one thing I do. I fully support having a TRT specialty policy. And I believe 100% in keeping the members accountable for what that policy entails. I've said before that at the beginning of the year there were questions in this policy. Just as a little background on what has happened, there were questions at the beginning of the year, and I'll get to this. What you guys have in front of you is there's a timeline that's kind of just stapled together. That's pretty much what I'll be reading from, and you guys can read down that and follow along. If you have questions, you can ask me questions. So I'm here to appeal my demotion and show that it was invalid and that the standards that have been given to us have changed without us knowing. And the verbiage in those standards and policies differ greatly and leave them open to gray areas. Also, as part of that, the discipline policy from the city, unlike what Mr. Esplin stated, was really never followed, and I will go through that on the parts that weren't followed by the city and as part of this demotion. The TRT specialty standard states that we are required to attend 75% of the specialty trainings every year. That equals to 3 trainings you can miss throughout the year without being demoted down a level. And that's how that works. It equals, so if it also states that if you get close to your 75% mark, you're required or supposed to have a written warning that tells you that you're being warned, and you're right on the line of being able to be demoted. I'm appealing the fact that the February training I did not attend, I cannot be held accountable for that training. Only because I was under the understanding that I would not be compensated for going to that training. And I'll talk more about that. This is the purpose of my appeal, and I will be showing proof that backs up my understanding. If at any time during this presentation, anybody has a question, please stop me and I will answer to the best of my
So just to be clear, what you just said, you did go to the training because you weren't going to be compensated?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, is that normal? What normally happens in your profession?
Yeah, and it'll answer that as we go through a little more. I just want to kind of give you an overrun, but yeah, I mean.
And how long was that training?
It depends on the training. They can be anywhere from 1 hour to 4 hours. It's just their specialty trainings. And every month they're different trainings. So altogether, there's 5 different specialties on St. George Fire. There's a hazmat specialty, there's rope rescue, extrication, confined space, and which one on this? Trench rescue, did I say that one? Oh, okay, trench rescue. And those are the 5. All of my information here is based solely on the communication that I had with you, Mayor, the city manager, the chiefs of the department, HR, and also my captain.
Okay, before I forget this question, I ask you this. You were already certified as a firefighter too?
Yes.
And so that means you completed these trainings before?
No, these are special. These are specific trainings that delve deeper into that specific.
So to maintain your firefighter 2 status, you had to do this training. We didn't have to do it before to get. I'm just trying to establish it's done.
The city came out with the firefighter levels. I'm not sure when. And
my point is, you didn't have to do these already to get the firefighter 2. You hadn't completed all these courses in fire.
I have completed it, yes. Does that answer your question? I'm not sure. Am I being clear enough?
So that's what I'm trying to find out. You have completed some of these courses.
Yeah, I'm extrication certified, and I'm also trench certified.
Were you compensated for those trainings?
I was not up until I received the email that you have on April 15th. But we'll get to that as I go through the whole thing, so. Any other questions up to that? Okay, so I'm just pretty much going to read down my timeline of events. That made it easier for me, and we'll kind of go over the other paperwork with you guys so you can look. Is anyone missing any of the paperwork? I think I have another one if we are.
Tyler, I'm just a little concerned in reading ahead. I see several statements that are not confined to this issue.
Okay.
So please be careful.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because like when you and I met, it was not about this issue.
Okay.
Okay.
To me, it has to do with this issue, but if I can't talk about it, then.
You really can't.
Okay.
We gotta be very, very narrow.
Okay. Mr. Boca, did you want this? Okay. So January 2nd of last year, we had our first TRT specialty meeting discussing these new TRT requirements. The TRT specialty, like I stated, consists of, should be 5 different specialties. And every month we train on a different modality. So 1 month it'll be rope rescue, 1 month extrication. And they give us that format at the first of the year. So for next year, we received the dates that we're supposed to train on those dates so we can put them on our calendar and plan accordingly. During the meeting, there were questions regarding the compensation of these trainings. We were told in the meeting that we were required to attend 75% of the trainings for that year. However, they told us that we would not be compensated for them compensated for them only if we were members under that certain modality. Does that make sense? So if I wasn't rope rescue and I went to a rope rescue training, I wouldn't be compensated for that. But as long as I went to an extrication training, then we would be compensated. That's how that worked. We questioned Captain Emily on how they could require us to go to trainings that we weren't being compensated for. And Captain Emily gave us the first TRT standard that should be the first page under the timeline of events. No questions were ever answered about the compensation part of the training. So January 18th, I was promoted to firefighter. There were still no answers on who is to be compensated for what trainings. February 6th, I missed a training because I was under the impression that I wasn't going to be compensated for going to that training. The training should not be counted against me because I was not getting compensated to go to these meetings. It was only when the memo that Captain Emily sent to our captains on April 16th of 2014 that any of us were under the impression that we were to be compensated for TRT trainings that we attended. So if you guys turn a couple pages, actually just flip over the TRT part of it, and you'll see the memorandum to full-time staff. And this is actually the email that states that we were now from then on getting paid and getting compensated to go to all the trainings, no matter what modality we were in. So it states, this was to our supervisors. In order to retain you for technician certification for technical rescue discipline, staff must attend a majority of these TRT trainings. Notifications will be sent out in a timely manner about these trainings so staff can participate and also manage their hours. We are working on an end quarter training / call summary for each staff member involved with the TRT program, which when completed will be forwarded to the staff member, captain, and Chief Stoker and guard. The staff will have to show competency in each TRT disciplines by passing skills / written testing held during this year. It is extremely important that the staff attend these trainings and train while on duty to stay competent in their skills for the safety of our crews and the public we serve. We spoke with Chief Stoker to clarify how the hours for these monthly trainings should be handled. If you are a TRT technician and using this certification for level 2, if you are a captain with TRT certification involved with TRT and you attend any of the open monthly trainings, then you are compensated hour for hour for attendance while off duty. This was the very first time that it was actually cleared to us that we were to be compensated for coming back to these meetings. And this was 4 months later. For those hazmat technicians who are using a TRT technician certification level 3, you will be compensated hour for hour for just the training required for that specific discipline. For example, those hazmat technicians that certified in trench this year will be required to attend only trench training, and testing will be compensated with hours. You must already have certification before you are compensated. Any hours that are earned must be managed / washed within the 28-day pay cycle and will be earned, and were earned will not end up as comp hours. We believe this program continues to improve because of the effort put on by the staff with the new addition of new staff and hazmat technicians across certifying into TRT. Our members are growing along with the skills and capabilities, and we are receiving new equipment right now from the regional grant, along with support in the equipment and training from our department. We will be ready for high-risk, low-frequency calls. We have had 2 calls this year, and both have been handled professionally, which which our citizens expect. Keep up the good work. If you have any questions concerning these issues, contact Captain Chadburn or Captain Emily. Does anyone have any questions with that email? Okay, March 6th, I attended that training. It was rescheduled for March 14th. April 3rd, I attended that training. It was rescheduled for April 28th.
Did you attend it?
Yes. Yes.
So what does that mean you attended it, it was rescheduled, so you got there and?
Well, that means they rescheduled it for one reason or another.
But you were there.
But I was there, yes.
If they would have done the training.
Yes.
And then
Yeah, I did attend that training. So what's that?
And then you were at the rescheduled training?
Yes.
For 3 weeks.
Yeah. I was actually on duty for those trainings. April 15th, but like I just shown, I received the memo from Captain Emily clarifying there were questions regarding who was compensated for what trainings, and states from that day forward that everybody will be compensated for responding to TRT trainings. May 1st, did not attend this training. We were told that it was only for confined space TRT technicians. However, they still gave us credit for going to that training even though we didn't go.
Question?
Okay.
Back on items 4 and 5, you said you were on duty?
Yes.
During those trainings? But you would be in accordance with the April 15th letter, not paid for those because you were on duty?
Correct.
So it's only those that you're attending
off
duty that you're going to be compensated?
Yes, that's correct. Because if I'm on duty, I'm already there, so I'm going to be paid. So we're at July 3rd. I had planned my vacation around the training on the 3rd, and had my vacation planned back in February. And there are the documents in the next file showing that. If you actually look on the bottom, it tells you the date and time it was added. So I added it February 4th of 2014. That was 5 months before. They changed the date of the training to the 10th. Right in the middle of my vacation, they did not give me credit for attending because I didn't attend. That isn't fair that I'm held responsible for the trainings that have changed when I have planned things around them. The way it works in the fire department is there's so many people that we have to plan our trips months in advance. So I based my trip on this last year on when my TRT training was for that month. I did it 5 months before so that I had the time, and it got switched on me, and they switched the date, and then I wasn't able to attend and still got black marked for that, for not attending.
So did you make anybody aware that you had vacation plans or not going to be able to make that?
Yes.
Who?
I told my captain, I told Captain Emily.
And what was their response?
Too bad. I mean, that's what they said, too bad. August 7th, I attended this training and I passed the annual test for my extrication certification. And that's the following page that shows Captain Emily writing to me and my captain that says I passed the annual testing for vehicle extrication. And that's what I was certified in. So. Okay. Well, I guess I can't talk about that one, so I'll skip it. September 4th, I did not attend that training either.
September 4th.
Yeah, number 12.
And why?
Something came up, family emergency, and I wasn't able to attend. Okay, I guess 13 we can't talk about. Okay, number 14. I was given a written warning out of the blue on, what's that, September 24th? Out of the blue, notifying me that I did not meet the 75% standard put out at the first of the year. I was going to lose my fire level Captain 2 if I missed one more. Excuse me. Captain Chadburn, Captain Nelson, and I went over the written warning, and the written warning is this next page that you guys have. Captain Nelson, Captain Chadburn, and I went over this written warning, and I told Captain Chadburn that I did not agree with this, and that I felt that it was no good, basically, because of these same problems. That I was under the impression that I wasn't being compensated at the first of the year, and then the fact that they changed the date on me. I explained I was not going to sign the paper, yet I was told I had to sign it. I signed it reluctantly because I did not agree with them saying I was required to attend the training in February and March when I was not being compensated for it. I also brought up the fact that I had a vacation planned in February that they had changed it only weeks prior to the original date, so I did not feel I should be held accountable for missing that training either. So September 26th, I wrote an email to Chief Guard regarding my complaint about being written up for not meeting the standard when I was under that impression that I wasn't being compensated for the February training until April 15th memo. I explained that that's why I missed the February training. And then on the sheets. Anyway, one of those had the email that I wrote to Chief Guard. Let's see. October 3rd, I responded to am I okay to talk about this or no? On number 16?
No, you're not.
Okay. So cross that one out then.
That's got to be directly, about the appeal of your demotion.
Okay. Number 17. I sent a memo to Chief Guard letting him know what happened. Oh, well, we gotta skip that one. Sorry. Number 18. I attended this training. It was October 2nd. I attended that training. October 18th, Captain Emily, Captain Chadburn, Judith, and I had a meeting to discuss my issues with being written up. During that meeting with them, Captain Emily stated to Judith that the first TRT standard that she had in her hand was a draft. And that was, if you look back at the standards, that was this very first one that says specialty requirement. The issue I had with that being called a draft is that it was sent to us 3 different times. Twice in an email, and it was given out to us at the first of the year. If you turn a couple pages and you see the one that's marked yellow, this is the new one that he tried to give us in that meeting. If you look, all the yellow marks are actually updates and different wording in that compared to the first one. It was totally changed. So it wasn't a draft. This one was changed or created on June 10th of 2014. When you look at a file, you can see when it was created and when it was changed. That's when it was created and changed. Like it says, no one ever received the changed draft until I saw it the first time in that meeting. I never saw this draft or this standard until I saw it the first time in that meeting.
issue do you have with the standard?
I
guess I'm not sure where that relates to your demotion.
I know, it's getting to that. The reason for that is because it's changed. The standard that we were being held to at the first of the year is completely different from the standard.
75% attendance?
It's the same.
Just trying to follow up.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Trying to stay right on top of it.
Okay, let's see. Fast forward 2 months later and is now being counted against me. They're trying to tell me that this paper here was a written warning. So the paper that I showed that Judith, or that I signed with Captain Chadburn, I don't know where mine went. You guys have it?
This one?
Yes, that one. When I met with Judith, I was told by Judith that that was not a warning or anything. That was just to go in my file to have proof that they had talked to me about it. Because I asked them specifically, and I also said that I didn't agree with it.
Okay, but just so I understand, you were aware, nothing to do with signing or anything, you were aware when you got this that they were concerned that you weren't meeting the standards.
Yes,
So
I was aware.
You knew that? Okay.
I didn't agree with it, but I was aware.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, they were trying to tell me that it was a written warning, and yeah, this was not a discipline, she stated over and over 2 different times, yet later I was informed that this was discipline and that it was a written warning. Also, during that meeting, I advised Judith that there were months during that time I wasn't compensated for going to trainings. The meeting I went to January 1st, I wasn't compensated for. I explained to her this is why I'm fighting the disciplinary action, and had to explain to her that I did not know I was getting compensated for the January, February, or March trainings. Judith later dug around and saw that I indeed did not get paid for going to the January meeting. I didn't claim that on my time card because I was under the impression I couldn't. However, she credited me with 1 hour because she came back to me and said she had to pay me for that because they can't require me to go and not pay me. So she credited me back 1 hour. She did in fact ignore the fact that I missed the February meeting because I was not getting compensated for going to those meetings. I knew that it wasn't right that they could hold me to a standard if they were not compensating me for that standard. So we're in November 6th. I did not attend that training. So that's number 4 that I did not attend.
Why didn't you attend that?
I went to my family thing came up.
Notify them
Yes.
how soon before the training?
I think a week, maybe a little less. I'm not exactly sure off the top of my head.
But this wasn't vacation?
No, it was not related to a vacation like I had planned before.
Gotcha.
I received the memorandum from Chief Stoker stating that I had failed, this is number 21, on November 13th. I received the memorandum from Chief Stoker stating that I had failed to meet the requirements and that I was being demoted down to fire level 1. So it states in the memo that I'm required to attend 6 consecutive months of GRT training, and I have that memo in here that he sent. My issue with the memo that he sent me was that he said I missed 4, which places me at 60%. Actually, if you do the math, me missing 4 months is 66%. To me, if it's a legal document, you might want to make those so they're right. That was one problem that I had with it. And then it said I had to attend or participate in 6 consecutive months of TRT training, and 100% is required of attendance. Well, if you go back to that same TRT standard that I showed you guys at the very beginning, both of them say 90 days, not 6 months. And that was another thing I disagreed with on his memo that he told me.
One more question. Real quick.
Okay.
Back on the employee warning report of September the 24th, there's a notation in there that says, if firefighter Whitehead attends and participates in the remaining trainings and completes the assigned makeup training, we will recommend that he retains his rescue technician certification. Wouldn't that be the equivalent of saying you stay at level 2?
Yes, that is correct.
But then you just said you missed, did you?
November.
You missed November?
Uh-huh.
And you knew that, but a family thing came up, and you can't define thing?
I don't think that's important, but I can tell you if you really want to know. I went on my anniversary, actually, that day. So, I didn't think it was really relevant.
That's a big thing.
Well, I agree, but Mr. Esplin, when I met with him, didn't think it was such a big thing, and neither did Mr. Guzman.
I don't think it's fair to characterize what
Yeah.
Mr. Esplin thought or what I thought. You don't know what we
But you
thought.
told me that.
No, that's not what we said. So I would dispute that. I was at the meeting. I speak on behalf of the city.
Mr. Guzman, would you want me to play that tape for you? I have it recorded.
And you believe that we said that it was not a big thing?
I think your exact words were, well, I've had to stay late here, and I've missed my anniversary many times for my job.
And so I would clarify that while I did say that, or something close to that, I don't have the exact words, I did not say it was not a big thing.
I can play it.
What I'm saying is I did not say it was a big thing. I don't think you should mischaracterize that. I don't believe the city manager said that it was not a big thing. I don't believe anybody in the room said it was not a big thing.
I never made a big deal of my anniversary according to my wife. So I have a question on this thing.
Okay.
So it says you have to attend the rest of the trainings. How many was that? 2?
There was 4.
4 after this September?
I think
Okay, so
October,
you-
November, December, 3 trainings?
Just to make sure I understand, you were aware of this.
Yes. But I did not agree with it. I was aware of it, but I did not agree.
You didn't agree with the fact that you needed to attend the next 4, or you didn't agree with the fact of being written up?
I didn't agree with the fact of being written up.
But you did.
Yes, but I agree with the fact that I had to attend those meetings.
I just making sure you're.
Yeah.
Just the last question on
Okay.
that. On that meeting on 11/6 that you missed, did you ever ask about having a chance to make that up, or what were your options?
Yeah, we have been told from the beginning that we cannot make those up.
So prior to missing this, knowing that you couldn't miss anymore, did you make any contact with any of your superiors about the fact that you weren't going to be there, and what were the options that you might have?
There is no option.
So you did or did not ask?
I did let them know there was no option of making it up or having anything done to fix that.
When you say them, who did you know about?
I notified my captain.
Captain Nelson?
Yes, Captain Nelson. And he passed that information on.
His response was, too bad.
No, I mean, I'll have him as a witness here in a minute.
Okay, perfect.
But yeah. That's never been his response to me.
Was his response is, well, let me ask you, I'll ask him the same thing. Did he say it was okay that you missed it?
Yeah, he said it was up to me, that it was my decision.
Any discussion about what the ramifications would be?
I knew. He told me, and I knew.
You said you knew. What did you expect to happen?
Well, I knew that they told me I couldn't miss these the last 3 trainings for me to be at the 75%. Go ahead.
Was that in hopes that the earlier missed trainings that you missed because you were compensated for would be somehow re-included?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not, to me, it's not legal to require us and hold us to a standard of going to a training off duty that we don't get compensated for. Any other questions at all? Mr. Hughes, you look like you're confused.
I don't think I'm confused. I'm just trying to understand all the players here and what's going on. So
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay, on number 22, does anyone have any questions on the memorandum that I got from Chief at all? Okay. On 11:14, I tried to start my appeal. The city recorder's on vacation and unavailable. 11:17, I appealed my demotion with the city recorder, and she wasn't quite sure what I was asking to do, and she looked it up and we got it. 11/18/2014, she called me and asked me if I was available on November 19th at 9 a.m. to meet with Gary Espen. I told her that I was and that I would be there. November 19th, I had a meeting, and as I entered Gary Espen's office, Mr. Espen was there, Judith from HR, and Sean Guzman was there too. Mr. Espen told me that I asked for the meeting and the floor was mine. I explained to him the three of them, that up until this time, I had never met with anyone to discuss my demotion. Anyone. If you read in, do you guys have the HR policy right handy at all, or do you know it?
You mean the one on that page?
Yeah, I show it in there. So it talks about, in the HR policy, okay, in number B, or letter B, I should say, number 5, section 5, it says the procedural requirements for disciplinary action of demotion to a lower classified position, suspension without pay, or termination. And it says when instigating disciplinary action constituting a demotion to a lower classification position, suspension without pay, or termination against an employee, the department must adhere to the following procedural requirements. They must adhere to this. The letter A, the department head procedural requirements. The department head, with assistance of the Human Resources Department, conducts any thorough investigation, examining all evidence.
I'm looking at the packet that I was getting, I'm not seeing.
I'm reading the HR policy from your policy.
I thought you referred to it as something.
Number 26.
I have it.
I'm just reading from the HR policy. Anything else? Okay. I'll start over. The department head, with assistance of the Human Resources Department, conducts a thorough investigation, examining all evidences presented by the supervisor and interview any witnesses if needed. The department head will advise the city manager of the investigation and request approval to place the employee on administrative leave until the investigation is complete and the city manager reviews all details. The department head sets a predetermination meeting with the employee and his supervisor. That never happened with me. I have not once talked to Chief Stoker since this whole process has begun. He has never talked with me. The department head sets a predetermination meeting with the employee and supervisor. The employee is provided with the following advance notice: the date and time of the meeting, discipline being considered, advise that they may present any evidence or witnesses of their choosing.
Question?
Go ahead.
Were you placed on paid administrative leave?
No, sir.
So it says there in item number 2 that certain things have to happen before someone is placed on paid administrative leave.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's part of the process, or if that's talking about if they're being terminated. I don't know.
But you're just being, you were changed in a demotion, and although that might have been tragic, you were not placed on leave.
Okay.
So does number 2 even apply?
I don't know. That's my question. I would think it does, but I don't know.
Sean, I guess, clarify that maybe.
Right, that does not apply, that's in cases where a determination of termination is being considered. And, or there's something of the nature that needs investigation, requires investigation, and should the allegations be true, would require some type of severe discipline, including termination, but not when we're considering demotion. And, or 3 days off or more without pay, which falls under the policy that was followed for, in this case, for the employee to appeal.
Does that answer your guys' question?
I think so.
My point I was getting at was I have never once met with Chief Stoker through this whole process. He's never once came to me and talked to me about any of this, or my supervisor. Not until now.
Supervisor B.
Captain Nelson.
Or human resources?
I don't know. I would imagine he's talking with human resources.
No, you never heard of human resources?
Oh, yeah. I got the memos from them.
And that's it, you just got a memo?
Yeah.
Would the chief Stoker normally go around chain of command to meet with firefighter?
I mean, if it tells him he has to before he can place me on demotion, I would think he should.
Because I don't think it says that.
It does not say that.
No, it doesn't.
Administrative lead.
Okay, okay.
We're just trying to be.
No, but it says if he's gonna demote me, that he should meet with me and get my side of the story. And that has never happened.
Not to be combative, I just want to see where it says if he's planning on demoting you. It doesn't say in item number 2, which is where you're talking about, right?
No, I'm talking about item number 3. I mean, I don't know what I'm missing in this that tells me he shouldn't have met with me or my supervisor.
Because 3 applies to 2. It's kind of a progression. 1, 2, and 3 all go together.
Can he conduct a thorough investigation without talking to me or my supervisor? What do you guys think?
The department head?
Yes.
Okay, so we can ask human resources on this process, and we can go through that.
Okay.
I guess my question is to you, are you saying that you shouldn't be demoted because you missed the meetings, because some procedure wasn't followed, even though you knew to attend? Just a straightforward question.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just showing you that there's a history of certain things not being followed correctly. That's all I'm pointing out. I'm not saying anything else. I knew that I had to attend 75% of my trainings or I would be demoted. I'm not disputing that fact one bit.
There's some policies and procedures from the fire department you don't agree with, what you're saying. That's part of this discussion,
The fact that I wasn't getting compensated for that's what I didn't agree with, and being still held to that standard.
And to clarify, you were only not compensated in February.
Yes, and I wasn't at first in January up until I met with Judith, and she did it in November, I think is when it was. She went back and saw that I didn't claim that on my time card, and she changed that and gave me
But
that
from
out.
March on, you were compensated.
Yes.
Could I just clarify, just to make certain, and I refrain from asking you questions until after. I was just a little uncertain what you stated. You did not attend the February meeting, so there was no question of compensation. So the only question of compensation was on January. And you brought that to June Nichols' attention. You were compensated.
Yep.
Are you going to read all of these procedures?
Probably not.
Just because if you jump ahead to, that would be 4.
Okay.
Section 1B, it says that at the end of this meeting, which you say was never held, correct?
But with me and Chief Am I?
Which all the previous sentences say. It goes back to the purpose of this section, which is under B, that at the end of the meeting, the option is to advise the employee they will remain on paid administrative leave until the city manager makes a decision. This whole section is about paid administrative leave, not demotion.
Then if you read back up at the beginning of that section.
I did read that.
Yeah, it says that it's included all three of those. It
I
says
read
all.
one.
So it says procedural requirements for disciplinary action, not just paid administrative leave. It says procedural requirements for disciplinary action of a demotion to a lower classified position, suspension without pay, or termination. It includes all three of those under that subsection.
That obviously is a title for that section, and there are subsections under that deal with the different subsections. So as typical, it has a catch-all title of everything that is under section 5, and it has it broken down to A, B, C, etc. So that's why you have those headings, and the headings are meant to be to say that it applies in the case. Then you go through and read it and see what different elements apply in different cases. In this case, the department did not seek to have anybody placed on administrative leave pay.
But that doesn't make sense.
Section B starts to talk about demotion, not A.
That's for the city manager. It's different. There's one for the department head, there's one for the city manager, and then there's also one for me and my appeal to you. This all consists of that section, that subsection.
And I hope you know we're looking at this for the first time, because we've
Okay,
never gone through this for the first.
And if you don't have the whole thing, I got it right here if you want to look at it.
Was the chief present at this meeting?
No, he was not.
Was your department head, was your captain?
Captain Nelson was, yes.
Who else?
Captain Chadwick.
I think we can move along. I think what we understand is that you aren't clear on this. It doesn't make sense for your words, but I think Sean has also indicated at least his interpretation of what it is. So let's.
Which interpretation is correct? That's what I want.
Well, that's what we would lead to the attorneys to work out. So Sean, you have to tell us and Judith. But, you're presenting your case, you can present, so we're gonna resolve everything.
No, I understand.
In a second.
I understand. Mr. Mayor, I just want to let you know that this is the problem from the beginning with this whole process, is there never has been any communication about what is required, what isn't required, what I have to do, what I don't have to do, even from the beginning of the TRT specialty. That's my point I'm trying to make to everybody, is that these weren't clear.
Well, that seems to contradict what some things that Councilman Hughes asked you. I mean, some things may have not been clear, like, this, but I doubt if you went and read this at the time. So I think.
What other things weren't clear?
Well, that's what I'm asking you, because you indicated you understood, what the requirements were. Maybe what wasn't understood was, if you were going to be paid, for January, but then within a certain amount of time, with the memo from,
the memo?
Yeah, the memo as well as the employee warning, which was 9/24, you certainly knew at that point, where you were. Now, you may have disputed it, but you knew where officially you were.
Oh, definitely. I've never disputed that.
Yeah, and so I guess that's why, maybe there's a little bit of scratch on our heads when you come to November and you don't go. But yet you do, it seemed like you were kind of, leading to my next conclusion would be, I'm gonna be in trouble here.
Well, I would have no idea in my mind that this was not gonna happen, or the procedure was gonna be followed.
Well, of course.
It wasn't.
Yeah, of course I did.
I'm just trying, that's what I'm trying to do, that confused that I have, I'm trying to wrap my brain around. If you knew that you stood a chance of being demoted if you missed another meeting, why did you miss that meeting?
Because from the very beginning of the first of the year, I should be held accountable for a meeting that I wasn't compensated.
But you knew you were being held accountable, so you were just basically disputing it and taking a chance that it would work out somehow.
I didn't agree with it.
Okay? I think that doesn't, you know, again, that.
I think all of us have been employed or worked with someone else that we don't agree with everything that's being said.
I agree.
If we're getting paid for it, that's part of what we do.
Yeah, and I wasn't
We do
doing
what
that.
one time.
Yeah.
We do those things because that's the requirement of the job.
Definitely.
And it seems to me like you agree with that part.
Definitely, I do.
All this other stuff, to me, honestly, is a cloud to just stir something up where you've already admitted that you didn't follow the proper procedures.
Well, and that's your opinion, and I respect your opinion.
Was anybody else in the fire department sent out a written warning with?
That I
where
don't,
you were?
I'm not sure, it's not,
So
that's
that's
not
what
for
they did,
my,
ask the chief or?
yeah, like I said, I'm not privy to that information. I haven't seen anything that's gone on since then.
So just to clarify, you missed 5 meetings.
4 meetings.
4 meetings. One was you weren't sure you're gonna be compensated.
The other 3, I'm not reviewing.
And the other 3 were, one was you had vacation already planned, the other 2 you just missed.
Yeah.
Any one of those you attended, you probably aren't standing here then.
Yeah, definitely.
I think I got one of those. Anyway.
Okay. If we look at on the TRT level requirements, here's on the last page. This shows the hazmat people that have got to the 75%. You can count, I blocked out the names because the names weren't important, but you can count 3 people that have missed 3 trainings. This is through November. So there's 3 people at 8. So that means they've missed 3 trainings and they're at 75%. None of these 3 have ever received a written warning telling them that they're at 75%.
Would they need to, since they meet the requirement?
That was the reason why I got the 926 page. It was a written warning, and yes, that is required.
But you said you didn't know if anybody else got a written warning, so.
Yeah, on TRT specialty. And one of these people I talked to, and he said he did not receive a written warning or anything for it. So.
Sean, is there anything that can be clarified there in terms of who and when they're required to receive a written warning?
Yes, the written warning, my understanding is written warning is not required, but it's a way of letting that firefighter know that they're in danger of falling below. That can happen at different points in the year, of course. So when you get towards the end of the year, there could be some that would receive those in November because they've missed their 3rd in November and be required to attend in December. In this case for Tyler, it happened earlier as a notice to him to let him know that he needed to attend the next 3 in order to stay in compliance. I am not aware of anyone in the department other than Mr. Whitehead that is not in compliance with that training standard for firefighter 2.
Nor mine.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna call Captain Nelson.
Before that happens, though, I haven't had a chance to talk to firefighter Whitehead.
Okay, please proceed.
All right, let's talk about, well, first of all, did you receive a letter from Mr. Esplin with his determination on your
Yes,
appeal?
it's on the very last page, stapled to the chiefs.
So, in that letter, does it state, in number 1, that you would be required to attend and participate in 3 consecutive months of TRT training sessions, which would be December 2014, January 2015, and February 2015 in order to regain your firefighter 2 status?
Yeah.
Okay, so you agree, and I want to make it clear to the council, that the determination of the city manager was, notwithstanding anything that might have been said earlier about 6 months, et cetera, that there would be a 90-day or 3-month requirement, 3 consecutive training sessions in order to regain that firefighter chief status.
Yes.
So all you need to do, your understanding is all you need to do is attend those 3, and then you would be reinstated as a firefighter.
Yes. The thing I was bringing to the attention is that I was first given a note that said 6 months. And that's what I'm gonna ask Chief Stoker, is why he put 6 months on it, when it clearly stated 3 months.
All right, and so my question to you would be, does it matter if there was a mistake made that said 6 months when it's been clarified to you that that decision was made by the city manager, that it would be for those 3 consecutive months or training sessions?
For me, it doesn't matter.
And tell me how that makes a difference in the disciplinary action that the council is considering tonight.
It makes a difference because from the beginning, it wasn't ever correct. My discipline from the beginning wasn't correct.
And okay, let me ask you, you did admit that you did not attend 4 training sessions this year, is that right?
Yes.
So again, I would ask, would it make a difference if a letter said 6 months or 90 days, if the determination of the city manager was that you had to do, that in order to regain your status, all you needed to do was attend 3 consecutive trainings, including December, which you already attended, right?
Yeah, it does make a difference to me.
And okay, so can you explain how that makes a difference if you admit that you did not meet the standard?
If my department head, who is demoting me, doesn't understand the statements and requirements that he is holding me to for the demotion, that to me makes a big deal. It makes a big difference.
The standard was that you had to attend 75% of the trainings, is that right?
Yes.
And that you had to complete the packets?
Yep.
Did you meet that?
No.
Okay. Did your department head tell you, or did your...
He never talked to me like
did your captain tell you you did not meet that?
My captain did, yes, but he agreed the same thing that I agreed with, that I should be held accountable for February.
Okay, so we all agree that you did not meet the training standard in attendance, is that right?
I don't agree that I did meet the training standard.
Okay, tell me what you didn't agree with if you told me that you missed work.
I did many times. Wasn't compensated for going to February meeting, so I can't be held accountable.
January.
No, February.
You did not attend the February meeting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was under the impression I wasn't getting compensated, so I didn't attend that meeting, and I can't be held liable for that.
What did you do on the date of that February training? Do you recall?
I was at work at my other job.
Okay, so you knew that that training was scheduled for that night, but you chose not to go that night.
I didn't choose.
All right, so someone chose for you not to go?
No, I have another job. Unfortunately, I have to have 2 jobs.
Did you bring to anyone's attention that you had not been, well, let me ask you this. On your time card, is this a copy of your time card? Can you take a look at this? For the There was a rescheduled, training, and you had a family vacation scheduled, that's understandable, so you weren't able to attend that. September, you did not attend, and the reason for not attending in September was, again?
A family emergency, and I don't see what that has to do with anything.
But, I think you would have some bearing on whether or not.
My reason for not attending shouldn't have anything to do with why I didn't attend. That's none of your business.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that. If you're not able to attend work, you cannot just say, but let me say this, I agree with you that, if you do not want to attend and you've chosen not to attend, then obviously you've not attended.
Exactly.
So we agree that you did not go in September, but you did know the requirement of attending, 75%, okay. So then, on September 24th, you brought this, you've given a photocopy of this to the council. You were given the warning that notified you that you needed to attend the next three. Okay. Let me ask this now. In addition to the attendance, you're also required to do packets, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the packets are for those times when you don't attend, you still have to do those packets to show that you reviewed the information that was.
Yes.
Okay. So have you turned in all of your packets?
Not all of them.
Okay, so at this time, you're still missing how many packets?
I know I'm missing the November packet.
What about September?
I'm not 100% sure whether I turned those or not. Like I said, we do a lot of training as a crew, and I know we've made a lot of those trainings up.
Okay, let me ask you this.
So I can't give you that answer.
The packets are for those times when you're not able to attend the training, right? So therefore, it'd be easy for you to determine which package you have to turn in, is that correct? Because it will only be those trainings that you missed.
Well, as I said, I haven't gotten a packet for November, so I don't know.
Is it someone's responsibility to give you the packet, or is it your responsibility to go and get the packet and
I have been told that it will be given to me.
And so you've not asked for that packet?
I have not asked.
What about the packet in February?
I made that up, I believe, right, Pat?
No. According to our records, you have not made up the February packet. Okay, is there any reason why you would not have done that, knowing that that was important in order to keep your firefighters status?
I don't have a reason.
Wait a second, Sean, before you go on, this packet you're talking about, are you saying that if you don't attend the meeting, you do the packet?
I still have to do a packet, I still don't get the attendance. There's two different parts. There's an attendance part and there's the training part. So you have to have 75% attendance and 100% of the trainings.
Of the packets.
So you attend the training, you still have to do a packet?
No.
No, if you do not attend the training, you still have to do the packet.
But it doesn't make up for your attendance.
That's right. So
doing the packet just keeps you at a baseline, not get you.
it's our, and we'll have, of course, someone from the fire department testify on that. But if you'd like some clarification, but my understanding is the intent is to make sure that if you miss a training, and we understand when we're saying you can miss 3 of those trainings for whatever reason, that you still are trained, or you still have some training or competency in that area. So you give them a packet, you fill out the packet, you get that done, and if you filled out that packet, you're required to fill out that packet and do that packet if you miss that training. In this case, according to my records, we're missing a packet from, you did not complete a packet from February, and you've not completed your September packet, and you have not completed your November packet. Does that sound correct to you?
Probably is.
Is there a reason why you did not attend February packet?
No, other than the fact that I didn't agree with what I stated before.
What about September's packet? Why would you attend?
I don't have a reason for that or an excuse.
In November?
Like I said, it wasn't given to me.
Do you have time to complete a packet while on duty for February's?
Yes. Part of my issue with these packets is that they require me to do things that I'm not trained for. So the packet, if I miss a TRT or a rope rescue, and they have some rescue things that we have to set up. I'm not trained to do that
So is it
on my own.
Is it packet more like a test? Or is
No,
it
it's
like-
just, I have to set up the lines, if it's a rope rescue or a rope thing, I have to set up the lines and do that. My other issue with it is that that's not what I'm trained in, so I can't set stuff like that up. I can't do it, it's not right. I can't be expected to set those rope
Maybe you
rescue
could
lines up.
finish portions of the packet.
Yes.
And then turn it in and say at the end, yeah, I'm sorry, I did do one.
Well, and I brought that up to them, and they told me that I had to do it their way. Any other questions?
Yes. Although I don't agree with your statement about the ropes course. Let's just move on and have someone else address that. If it's pertinent, I'm not sure that it is as to why you did the packet.
Okay.
Or the training. But let's talk about the TRT level requirements that you said were changed. Okay. Can you tell us on the issue of the 75% requirement and the requirement for the packets, can you tell me what changed in there that you think causes confusion on whether or not you have to do 75% of the trainings?
Nothing has changed as far as the 75% goes, I made that clear. My issue with it is that it was changed without us knowing.
So you agree that?
What would you say if somebody had a sheet like that and you were trying to defend somebody?
I'm asking the question.
Okay, fair enough, but that's my question.
So you agree that the 75% requirement has not changed?
No.
Packet requirement hasn't changed? Okay. You were told about those in January.
Actually, the packet requirement, let me look at this real quick. If you look on here, there, on the first one, there is no packet requirement. That's what's changed, that's a big change to me.
Okay, when you say the first one.
Yep, the very first one we ever got.
Okay, when you say first one you ever got, I'm talking about the handout in January.
Yeah, this one.
The one that you discussed in the meetings.
This one.
In January.
And then I got sent twice to me in emails.
Okay, so in the January meeting, you're saying they did not tell you there was a packet requirement?
No, does it say here that there is?
No, I didn't ask that. So the question is, did they tell you that there was a packet requirement in the January meeting?
To be honest, I don't remember that.
So you don't know if they did not?
Everything they told me that we needed to do was on this TRT standard.
You just told me that you didn't recall whether that was said or not, so.
Yeah, I remember they said it's on the standard. I said, you asked me if they said that I had a packet.
I asked you if they told you that, and you said you don't recall.
Yes, but I said they told me everything that I needed to know was on the standard.
Okay, who's they told you that?
Captain Emily and Captain Chapman who make those meetings.
You still agree though that you didn't meet the attendance requirement?
Why are you changing your question?
No, I didn't change my question, I just asked a different question.
I've answered that.
Okay, and I'm just asking for you, Vernon.
And I answered that.
And so the answer is yes.
I answered that.
May I say at this time, in order to move along in hearing, that I don't have any more questions at this time. Okay, like always, reserve the opportunity after other witnesses.
Okay, Mr. Whitehead, you're free to call your witnesses.
Okay. Captain Nelson, does he come up here or does he use this one?
I guess you can.
Okay.
Okay, Captain, thank you.
Captain Nelson, when we first met together, if you remember right, we really did get along very well. We had some miscommunications as employee and supervisor. When we sat down and talked for the first time, we talked of a bunch of different things. But do you remember what I asked you if I ever felt you how to put this. If you ever felt that you had to write me up, what did I tell you?
To let you know what the reason was and to make it very clear.
Did I ever tell you that I will fight that?
Okay, and I don't want to get technical here, but I'm confused as to who's testifying, because the question is making a statement. You could ask him if you discussed this, but if you're stating what you said, then you're testifying. I don't know if you'd like to testify to that.
Okay, I'm not a lawyer, so sorry.
I would say it could turn into a long night if we're going to question that.
What did I ever, when we first talked, what was it that I said to you?
Our conversation was very heated at first, and that we both did not like each other very clearly. And after talking and realizing that both of us had issues, we came to an agreement that those issues were cleared up. And at that point, I was never had a problem ever with any of this, when it's been stated correctly.
Have there ever been questions regarding who was compensated and who wasn't for going to certain trainings?
Absolutely. That's been for several times in my career in the fire department. There's been times when people have not been compensated and expect to go on training for one reason or another.
Captain Nelson?
Yes.
But did they go? He went out.
That was their option to go, Mr. Hughes. But legally, I'm a business owner, and I know that I can't expect my employees to come and not compensate them. And I also can't evaluate them when I'm not compensating them.
So have you told your employees, have you told some of the firefighters that they did not need to attend?
I didn't tell them they didn't need to attend, but if that's the law, then they don't need to attend.
Well, Aaron, we're getting beyond what we're here tonight for, and that is, I understand that Mr. Whitehead is stating that he did not go to the February training because he understood he would be paid. But whether other captains, what has happened with them, that is, I think, not relevant tonight, and as to whether or not this should be sustained or not. So.
You just asked me that question, so how are you saying now that it's not? Because it doesn't pertain, it doesn't what you want to hear, now you're saying that you don't want him answering that question?
Well, I disagree. He can answer the question as to whether you told him or you understood something from him that you would not be paid, but whether or not others, other captains in other situations have been paid or not is not what we're here to determine. I don't think that anyone can testify on behalf of other persons who aren't present.
You asked me that question.
For your understanding, and I can ask you because you brought that up.
And I can't ask him that question?
About whether or not you understood. I think that's a good question. It's whether or not he told you that. I think that it is.
And then they asked the question on the other questions.
So I just submitted that observation, but I think that's.
Let's move it along.
Okay.
I think we get the point.
When I turned in my concerns to you, you tried to get answers. What answers did you get?
Concerning the time off issue, it was being worked on. Not the time off being paid for going to the trainings. It was being worked on, and that answer was given to us in April. And instead of this is a new program, and to let things be worked through, we let that process happen. So.
Were you ever asked or told that I was going to be demoted?
We were just told that you were going to be happy to follow the steps of the standard, which is at the 75%. The important thing is when you're not, if you take away the 1 month, he's only at 75%.
Has Chief Stoker spoken with you at all about this demotion?
He has not.
I have no further questions.
Council?
I have a few.
Yeah. council can question witness.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
So council, do you have any questions? Maybe first, I think you may answer some, get to some of them. So Sean, I'm gonna go to you first and then the council.
Okay. Did you understand the 75% requirement for attendance on the trainings?
I did.
Are you aware of anyone under your direct supervision that attended the January training and did not?
He was the only one that attended that under my direct supervision.
Okay. Are you aware of anyone else who was not compensated?
I didn't pay attention to anyone else.
I turn it over to you at this time. I'm asking.
Okay, council, do you have any questions?
Rick, do you, Captain S.
You go under.
Rick, do you know of anybody else on the fire department that's ever been demoted for not attending trainings?
No. I don't know if anybody in the department's been demoted for anything except for job recertification. That's not a demotion.
Question, Captain, do you feel that there were opportunities to make up the training that would seem reasonable under the circumstances, knowing full well that the year was drawing to a close and that there was a requirement level expected but not yet met?
Like I said before, if you take away the February, you're not being compensated. He's not under the 75%.
Right.
So,
but the solution was reasonable. There's a letter about the warning was given, and if you look at the next three, I mean, it would seem logical, hey, to get you to 75, it's like a classroom, somebody misses a couple of tests early on, and they say, hey, well, if you'll complete the next three tests,
I think
pass the class.
I agree with you, Mr. Stromquist, but I think the thing that we're missing here is the fact that if you're not being compensated and you're being expected to be at something, then those numbers change. And so, just like anybody else who missed and may have missed one or two, and it didn't matter if they had been compensated earlier in the year. That's how it was not.
Okay. So it's your opinion that you shouldn't have been demoted because there was a question on whether you'd be compensated or not?
Absolutely.
Were you aware that if you missed another meeting, that you could possibly be demoted?
According to their standard, yes.
You were aware of that?
Yes. But in the bottom of that, on the bottom of the corrective action, wasn't a corrective action, it states that I did not agree with this action, and it was discussed at that time.
You didn't agree with it?
I did.
Okay.
That's not on mine, it's on a different one. He had to come later and sign.
Okay. And you didn't agree with it simply because of the compensation issue, not that you thought it was stupid or?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, did Mr. Whitehead tell you that he was going to miss that meeting, that November meeting or any of
He
it?
let me know which meetings he was going to miss.
And
I advised him to let the TRC people know.
did you advise him that he had faced the possibility of being demoted?
He knew that. He knew what that 75% meant.
Okay, he knew that, but you had no discussion with him about that?
Not particularly, not that I recall.
You didn't feel that important to let him know that that could happen?
This is a very cut and dry today. It was not very cut and dry for the last 2.5 years.
Okay.
Huge difference.
Okay.
And that's not to say that the program is not an excellent program. It's an excellent program. It's been a lot of time. But it's just not at a point where you can.
It's not cut and dry, but you're not aware of anybody else that's faced this issue?
Because that's not my position.
So you're not a captain over anybody else?
No, I'm a captain over another person who is not in this program.
So this is the only
Yes.
level two that
Yes.
you got?
And he is the only TRC person on there.
Do you attend those trainings?
I do not. I'm not a TRC specialist. I'm a hazmat specialist.
any other questions?
I just want to follow up. When you said that the 75% requirement was not cut and dried in the past 2 years.
I did not state that.
Okay, so I'm wondering with the cut and dry, what was not?
This is a brand new program that's been being in the works for 2.5, 3, 4 years. I'm not exactly sure. You can ask the other gentleman when you examine that. But this is a process that they've been working very hard on, and I'll give them that credit. But in the same sense, when a program program is under the new, developing stage, there is questions. And sometimes those questions don't always get answered. And that's the case. All of those questions weren't answered. I've asked many questions throughout this process. One of them was the packets that each of you brought up, if I can talk about that. Those packets were developed for people to make up trainings. Firefighter Whitehead is not a technical rescue training person. Neither am I. Nobody on my crew is. And I asked them and explained to them that I thought it was a safety issue for Tyler, myself, and also the public that we serve. If we train on those things, do them incorrectly, if you throw the February, there's only 3 that you missed.
Okay, so 3.
And that's 75%.
He could have went to one of those 3, and we're not here tonight.
No, he did not. He did not have to go to any of those 3, and he would still be at 75%.
If you gave him credit for a February meeting, he didn't go to because he wasn't sure if he got.
Exactly.
So, I'm just asking you, if you knew there was a chance you were gonna get demoted, and you answer this honestly, and you had 3 chances to go to a meeting, would you just maybe play it safe and go to one of those?
If he didn't miss 3 meetings total,
Throw that out.
he's at 75%.
You know there's a chance. You've got 3 meetings left, and you know you've been warned, you've got a written notice, and you've been told. Whether you agree with it or not, would you or would you not go to one of those meetings?
I probably would.
Okay.
But we're missing the
Because you want to talk about other issues, and I get it, there's some issues.
No,
If you want to talk about other issues, but, and maybe we need to fix those, and that's okay. We're talking about this issue, which is the demotion of Tyler Whitehead, and that's what.
So not being paid to go to a training that caused you to miss one is not an issue. Because now you've only missed 3, and that's 75%.
Not when you've been notified, you see, I think you could.
After February, he knew. I don't have any more questions, you answered my question. You would have went. That's what you said, right?
But that's me, that's not me.
All right.
And just for clarification, I've got, because I've been taking notes, I've got, you missed February, you missed May, July, September, November.
I got credit for May.
Okay.
Without going.
Yes.
Without going, I got
I
credit.
did chapter 5 skills, which the thing was told him to do.
And clarify, with those, that was a confined space training, I believe, that only allows a certain number of people into that facility. And so those that weren't able to, we couldn't accommodate them, we just said, you don't have to attend.
But they were also told to do confined space skills to make up for that.
That's right.
Which he did.
So I
So he didn't get a 0.
I agree that May doesn't count as one of
No,
those.
May does count. May counts very much.
No, May doesn't count against them as a win. That's what I.
Gotta listen to the whole statement. Okay, any other questions? All right, next witness.
Greg Anderson? No. Chief Carter? Chief Guard, have there always been questions on the TRT specialty policy and how it pertains and how it's involved in our department?
I would say that there's questions for the fact that it's an ongoing process. As a standard, it's all involved.
He's over the trains. Is that right?
What's that?
Are you over the trains?
I'm the training officer of the department. And there are other people that are involved.
Thank you, just wanted to counsel.
Do you think it is legal to hold somebody to a standard when they aren't compensated for that standard?
Now, I'm not sure that what his qualifications are in terms of whether something is legal or not. I'm not sure that that is relevant to this case. I only put that forward as normally we would say, are you an attorney? Do you have a background in this type of law?
Do you think it's fair to be held to a standard when you aren't compensated for that standard?
I would refer that to HR in my city.
When I came to you about my issues, whatever happened with those? What were the answers?
As this process was going on, with all the trainings, from January on, I had very little to do with it because it's managed by a different group of officers. And I'm not a rope technician or TRT technician. So I was aware of the fact that it's an ongoing process through the months. At the point that I was made aware, which would have been September 26th when the warning letter came out, after Captain Chapman met with firefighter Whitehead. I later met with Captain Nelson, who was concerned about the process. At that point, I asked him to bring firefighter Whitehead into my office and asked him questions relevant to what his concerns were. At the conclusion of that meeting, I asked him to write those concerns down in the memo that you have. That memo was then forwarded to Chief Stroker.
I have other questions.
I'm gonna ask you that question. How many of these level 2 firefighters do we have currently?
There's a handful of them. We have some ones, twos, and threes. So, Chief,
do you have that?
I don't, I was just looking at you.
And
you got
And I will clarify, I intend on calling Chief Stoker, so that's what I.
Just follow that, are you aware of any of the others that have not completed their recertification, 75% attendance?
Not that I'm aware of.
It's not like there's widespread confusion in your mind among.
There was one other circumstance with another firefighter that was notified that he was having attendance issues.
And what happened?
He was met with, and he since corrected his attendance.
Okay, and in answer to that question, according to the documents from Human Resources, we have 8 level 2 firefighters and 3 level 3.
Okay. Proceed. Do you have any other questions of this witness?
No, I'm done.
Okay. Questions, any other questions, counsel? Sean, any questions of the witness?
Just one right now, I guess, and that it would be, do you know of anyone who wasn't compensated for attending the January training?
I'm not aware of that.
What about any of the other trainings? Are you aware of anybody that wasn't compensated for attending those required trainings?
I'm not aware of that. It hasn't been brought to my attention.
Okay, if it had been brought to your attention, what would you do?
I would address it. I would, first and foremost, I would confirm with the firefighter, find out what the concerns were, confirm that he did attend the training, check with his supervisors, and then report that to the chain of command.
Any other questions, council? Okay, we call your next witness now.
If I, just a question, if I don't call any more witnesses and another witness is called up, I can cross-examine, right?
Yes,
Okay.
Any witnesses that we call.
That you call up?
Right.
Okay, I'm not gonna call any other witnesses then. I'll let you do it.
I think where it's, after 9 o'clock, we'll have a 10-minute recess. Is that okay? Sean, is that okay?
That's fine, I was just cautioning that
We should be discussing the issues right now. Okay? Okay, thank you.
Been there for 3 years. I bet you at least That'd be great if we could just make, I think it's just like a good way Tyler was speaking, but wouldn't it make sense to have it together, just have that function to do a Bluetooth or firefighters and that. Like to stream back and forth. He's got a case in there. And they have a full charge in the case. I think all that. What I heard the first time I was on the radio, I used that because I was getting on the radio. So like, you know how I hear
Oh, yeah. During the last part?
You guys wrapping it up? Here you go ahead and keep it going since it seems like people are interested. We've got people watching.
Well, it's all smart. The hard thing I had was, this is how I actually got this interesting.
This is what
Come on, what happened to this 5-minute break? Oh, God. Everything matches. Joe, you get out of here now. You got it. She said, I'll go out for it. She can tell by the terror in her face. Others get in there quick. Yeah. Let's keep going. Yeah. Talk for one of your awards. Thank you. Keep going.
It's got a nice stereo. But
Are you taking off?
it's still on.
What do we need to do if it, what do we need to do?
Basically just reload that.
What's that? I didn't realize how much I missed it until I But it was a source. I don't know. So that it's the only yeah, what was I doing?
Are we doing that?
You're gonna have a set about, you're gonna have a vacation model, right? She'll take years for you. Well, like, basically, you don't do it there.
And what are, meeting for talking?
You guys can still look at this. That's another problem. Yeah. The sound will be revamped as well.
You'll have a monitor here, so the same things that are up there will be here as well. Well, and we do. We put up monitors that show the audience. All we do is just basically bring ideas out of we can do some monitors. I don't right there. We're gonna move ahead. We're gonna put this in budget.
Well, I know last, there, before we did this, the last special conference, they shut up, what's better? Like, I need you guys to shut up.
Yeah, that's good.
Lighter?
Yeah.
Like what?
Okay. Third row.
Oh, you want to take it down?
I just asked you. I like the regular one. I didn't recommend.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we'll reconvene. Sean, will you present the case that you prepared?
Okay. The city would call Chief Roberts. Chief Stoker, were you involved with the development of the firefighter 1, firefighter 2, firefighter 3 classifications?
Yes.
And in those classifications, are certain training requirements?
Yes, there's certain years of service, there's certain certifications, and then also listed note they must pass a review board each year. And part of that review board that we did set up was a standard for each discipline, whether it's hazardous materials or technical rescue, that they need to follow.
And is the movement from a firefighter 1 to a firefighter 2, is that a voluntary application, or are they required to move to a 2 or a 3 to retain a job, or can someone be a firefighter 1 in their entire career?
Yes, the way we looked at this was, back in 2010, we looked at doing that mainly because there wasn't a lot of movement in the firefighter position. And so we looked at the other city departments that had the different levels in their departments, which there was a number of them in the city. And we patterned ours after theirs. And so it would give the firefighters who wish to promote themselves through those different levels with the pay increase, they can do that as a voluntary movement.
And as far as the training that we've been discussing tonight that's required now, were you involved in developing those training standards?
I was not. I reviewed those once they were developed by Captain and Captain Chad.
So you assign that to those two?
Yes, they oversee the technical rescue program.
And then you looked at those and you reviewed those and you approved those?
Yes.
And you also reviewed the policy regarding attendance for these trainings?
Yes.
Okay, so now let's talk about the training. So I would like to clarify a couple of things, just so that there's everybody understands. Let's talk about the ropes course, for example. There was an allegation made that to make up that ropes course, it would create a danger or a hazard or be unsafe for those firefighters who would do that. Is that your understanding?
It's not my understanding. I have to refer that to either Captain Emily or Captain Chad.
All right, so let me ask you, you've been present throughout the rest of the testimony tonight. Do you have any comments that you would like to make regarding that testimony?
No. Yeah, we went through the attendance requirements. We've gone through the written warning that was issued, we followed city policy, and they were met with their captain, Captain Nelson, also Captain Chadburn. Just because it wasn't agreed with the action, that was the action that was taken. It was for our city policy. He did not meet the training. He was given, Mr. Whitehead was given an opportunity in September, after he missed the September training, to comply with the next 3 trainings attendance, and which he chose not to. So at that point, I received, we did not receive, either myself or Captain Emily or Captain Chadburn did not receive any notification that Mr. Whitehead would not be in the November training. I personally did attend that training. He was not there. After that training, I received a memo from Captain Emily and Captain Chadburn that due to the fact of missing that November training, he would not be able to meet the 75%. At which point we took action rather than waiting until the end of the year, since there was not a way available to make up that attendance. So that's why we took the action.
What is the purpose for taking an action?
Just to get the process started. The process, the demotion process, where he did not meet the attendance and did not meet the standard, then it states in the job description, if it's not met, that you will be demoted from firefighter level 2 to a firefighter level 1.
Would you prefer that they just, once you give them the notice, that is the idea to encourage them to comply?
Yes, that's what we discussed in our captain staff meetings, is we don't want a firefighter to get to this point. We want to make sure that they're met with throughout the year, which Captain Emily and Captain Chadburn did. And that throughout, when he was below his levels, he was notified, their captains were met with, and it was chosen not to meet those requirements set forth in the warning letter and corrective action plan.
Mayor, I would just reserve the right to question after any questions that might come from the council or
Council, Jenny?
Chief Stover, let me get this straight. I'm slow and catching on here. So, level 1, I could be a firefighter in a level 1, and there's nothing that requires me to go advance to a level 2 or level 3.
No.
So I can voluntarily complete the requirements and move to a level 2 and get a raise in pay.
Yes.
Totally voluntarily.
Yes.
And if I decide at some point that that's just not for me, I don't want to do it anymore, I quit going, I can be demoted to level 1, and I just keep working.
Yes.
I just get a cut in pay.
Yes.
So all this we're talking about is a voluntary program that says I can advance my pay in my career by going to these meetings. And now we know, we've established that maybe, or now we didn't know, we've established that I can also get compensated for going to that training.
Yes.
And then get a pay raise.
Yes.
Other questions, Chief Stover? Jim? No. Sean? Okay.
I have one question.
Okay.
Just one. Quick. You stated that you warned me based on city policy, yet there are 3 hazmat employees that have not yet been warned. Why haven't they been warned based on city policy when they're at 75%?
I've talked to Captain Jared Tisher, that's over the hazmat program, numerous times throughout the year. I met with him last Monday night. And he stated to me that there's never been, or currently is not anyone that doesn't meet the standard. And so that's who I go off of, is that supervisor that's over that program. So I'm not aware of anybody that's not meeting the standard in the hazardous materials group.
No questions.
Okay. All right, Sean, next witness.
I would call, Darren Malay. All right,
Could I just say something real quick?
sure, I would,
My name's Darren Emily. I've been on the department for 30 years, been full-time for 20, I've been a captain for 10. I feel like I know the city policies pretty well, especially when it comes to compensation for training. So I just want to put that out there.
Okay.
all right, were you involved in the development of the, training policy?
Myself and Captain Chadburn set it up originally, and we reviewed in a couple of different captains meetings in the last year.
And at this point, Mark, I'd ask if you've got a copy of that packet. I just want to provide this to firefighter Whitehead because the council hasn't, in fact, I'm not necessarily sure how much we're going to refer to it, but I just wanted you to have what they have just been placed before, that they were here not just tonight, but at the same time you were here the weekend of theirs. So I just want to make that clear. All right. So you were involved in the meeting in January, I think it was January 2nd?
Yes.
And at that time, the policy was handed out and it was explained?
Yes.
There was some reference earlier about different versions of the policy. Were you here when?
Yes.
Okay. Could you clarify, or at least could you clarify for us at least what these different versions that were referred to were and what was handed out at that time?
In January, if you go to page 8, 9, and 10.
Okay, that is in the city packet that was handed out to you tonight. And, that firefighter Whitehead has a
This is the policy that was handed out during that Monday, or during that January meeting. This policy was pre-approved by the chief and reviewed in captain's meeting in December. This policy has never changed. This is the one that was handed out to everybody. A little of the confusion was during the meeting with HR. I had sent her a draft. They requested a bunch of information for the meeting, firefighter Whitehead, and I sent her a wrong draft. As soon as I realized that in the meeting, I apologized, but that never went out to another firefighter. This was the only policy that went out first of the year on, was this policy right here, this 890, which has not changed.
If there's a delay here, I want to make sure that we copy off, give them the copy of the right packet. It looks like it was one side. It was not copied.
Can you use mine? Chair.
Do you have one now?
No, I just don't have the pages. It's not loud, but good.
Page numbers are at the top.
Yeah, we've got page 4 and then it stops.
Yeah, the next one stops, but they're, okay.
Oh, so the top pages?
Yes,
Oh.
keep going through.
Never mind.
Okay, okay.
I was in the
I just want to make sure you were on the right page.
I was looking at the bottom page.
Okay, good. All right, so we answered that. All right, I'm sorry. So you're saying that the copy that was referred to that was different, was sent to Judith Mayfield, Human Resources Director, in anticipation of a meeting, and you inadvertently sent her the wrong copy. The copy that's in this packet from the city is the copy that was handed out and discussed that night.
Captain Chadford just clarified, or I believe it was.
And I will, again, just reemphasize that it was testified earlier that that really did not matter because the training requirements did not change on that. Could you look at, on that policy quickly on A, or under A where the asterisk is? You see that? Monthly training, A, B, and then there's an asterisk. After that says all of the monthly trainings that are missed. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
So under, yes.
Okay, could you read that?
All other monthly trainings that are missed will be made up with self/crew training on the same topic in the same month. A copy of the training report will be turned into the TRT training officer by the end of the month. The training was missed.
So is that the packet that we've been referring to?
That's correct.
Okay, so it was an opportunity just to make sure that they had the training.
That's correct. Okay. So that training would be assigned out by the TRT supervisors to make sure that the skills they missed during that monthly training will be covered in self-trained crew training while they were on duty.
All right. Let's go to the ropes course, because it was stated earlier that that was unsafe. And I'm wondering, can you explain what the ropes course is and what we're required to do to make it up?
So the February training covered a highlight system that we did in the Green Valley Gap. The makeup training covered those same type of skills. There were reading materials, there were videos, then there was hands-on training. Hands-on training, there was a video that they followed to do the training. It was all ground level, so there's nobody in a safety, in an unsafe condition.
What's ground level?
So what we had was a rope going from the tailgate of the pickup truck, or the receiver hitch, over a tripod that's about this high to another anchor. Okay, so the rope was never higher than this, and nobody was ever going to get on that rope. It was just setting the system up. It wasn't actually put anybody on the rope. So no time was at any kind of safety hazard. The skills being used are skills, 95% of those skills are skills that they have, the Chapter 5 skills, which is an operational level rope skill certification that all the full-time members have at this point. So they were skills that they should have been able to do. I know for a fact that Captain Nelson's crew that trained on the same packet approximately a year earlier, the same skill packet. Firefighter Whitehead had done the same training, I believe, a year earlier off the parking structure downtown. And he was actually on the road, on the high angle road, on that training. Same type of training, so they've both been trained, but that, on those skills, and.
That's not training.
That is training.
you'll be given a chance to ask questions.
Training's training, so if it's not a call and we're working on skills, it's training. Training skills. So that skill packet covered that training. Don't say to you that there's no way I'm gonna assign somebody a skill that's gonna be unsafe. The other comment was that if they go on a call and they're expecting to set that up and hurt a citizen on that system, there's no way we put them in that situation. They're there to help the technician set those skills up. So there's no way that's gonna happen. There's no way.
Obviously, safety is important in operation of the fire department, is that right?
That's why we're doing the technical rescue program. These are high-risk, low-frequency calls. A lot of times firefighters get injured on these calls because of lack of training. It's for the residents and it's for the safety of firefighters. So the last thing as far as I understand, nobody's ever been injured during one of our trainings, and we've been doing this for 5 years. I don't believe we've had a single injury. So it's completely inaccurate that we would assign dangerous tasks as a major training.
In this packet that was handed out, there are emails from you, or that you sent. Let's go back to, what is the date of the first email that you sent regarding the training and the any concerns that might have been raised about the training?
First email is December 24th. It was sent out to all the full-time captains.
The page number should be at
page 5, so it's in the very front part of the packet. That starts out, says full-time captains, then it says captains down at the email. This is a reminder of the training. You want me to read the whole thing, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, this is the captains, all full-time captains for DC Guard. This is a reminder for the January 2nd TRT meeting being held at Station 8 at 1900. This meeting will cover the requirements for attendance, training, and testing for those assigned to TRT and certified as rescue technicians. The yearly trainings calendar will be discussed along with other requirements. Sign-off materials will be handed out. This meeting will be 1 hour and is one of the monthly trainings that will be counted as part of the required 75% attendance. This training comes at the end of a pay period, stated, so the hour earned needs to be washed before the end of the period. Please forward this to your crew members if they are assigned to TRT. If you have any questions regarding this, please contact me or Captain Chad.
Can you explain what you meant by washed?
Washed is used, so it doesn't go into the comp bank. And so this email was sent to the captains and should have been forwarded to the firefighters saying that the training was going to be 1 hour and that hour should be taken care of before the end of the 28-day pay period. So they were going to be compensated for that hour. That's all that meant in that section.
And that went out to all the captains?
That went out to all full-time captains.
Okay. Including Captain Wilson?
Yes.
Okay, the next email? That's on page 14?
Yeah. So page 14, this was sent out 122. And this went out through Chief Guard. I forwarded this attachment and Chief Guard sent it out. It went out to the whole department for the training.
And the attachment, just, I don't mean to interrupt you, but the attachment is on page 15?
15, yes. Upcoming technical rescue training dates and locations. It describes the February and March trainings. So the February training was a rope training and one that was missed. Do you want me to read it?
No, I just wanted, not to prolong the meeting, but I just wanted to, you to clarify that that email went out, that included the February training dates and times and March training dates and times.
That's correct. And in that email, it talks about 2 to 4 hours for the rope technicians and 2 hours for the non-technicians. So their expectations for the non-rope technicians were to be there and they would be compensated.
And again, referring back to the wash, the email that referred to the wash, that email was to remind everyone that compensation is required for the training, and therefore, if they can take care of it, they take care of it during that pay period?
Yes. The following email on page 16 actually explains the take care of your hours even better.
Why don't you read that now?
So this went out 2/18. This went to all the TRT technicians and the full-time captains, so both from Deltas. This is a reminder of upcoming rope rescue training on February 27th from 8 to 12. This will be training at Green Valley Gap, west of Las Palmas, Green Valley. Members that are not rope technicians should plan on 2 hours, and rope technicians should plan on 4 hours. This is at the end of the pay period, so you can plan on managing your hours. And then it goes on PPE's brush gear. Let me know if you have any questions.
So you're saying that part of the intent of that was to make sure people understood that compensation would be required?
Absolutely.
And therefore, if there was any overtime or comp time, that would accrue, that they should try to manage that.
These hours should have been used before it went into overtime or comp time hours.
All right. Then the next email.
That's going to be page 19. This is an email going out to the members that were going to go through a day-long trench training. We trained for 6 hours on trench evolutions, and then we did a state test for this training. So I believe firefighter Whitehead was on duty this day, so he was compensated.
All right, so not to again prolong the hearing, but these emails are illustrative of what you sent out to remind the captains and the firefighters that of the training days and times, and also need to manage the comp hours.
We didn't want to have any confusion about what was required or when the training was going to be held. We gave them a yearly training calendar, and we set up multiple emails reminding them of the training, and then we usually page the day of, just in case something.
All right, so let me ask you this. Are there any other communications or emails that you'd like to bring to our attention that are included in this packet?
Yes.
I believe the next one is on page 21, that's in April, but I you reference on how far back or whatever you're going to.
I don't know which side you want me to take. I don't see anything. Most of these, through the first part of the packet, are just our training reports, our sign-offs, what we trained on, and the email notifications that went out. I think the other ones are really pertinent. If you go clear back to page 90, this was an email thread. If you look at the bottom of page 90 is where the thread starts and you work your way up. There was something said about there was no notification that he was getting close to being lacking in training. Okay.
That was never said.
So.
Well, why don't we talk about the email then? Tell us what the email says.
So I sent out an email for the September 4th rope training. Sent it out the day. This was in response to the email I sent out the day of the training. There was a statement made that when firefighter Whitehead said that he could make a training, they said, "Do that." I don't say that to people. So this was the response at the bottom from firefighter Whitehead. Can't be able to make it. My wife is out of town, and I have kids that need to take care of. Just want to give you a heads up. I emailed back, "Okay, thanks for the heads up." After emailing that back, I looked at his training records from our quarterly reports and realized if he missed that training, that would be the third one missed, and that we'd have to meet with him to give him a warning letter, let him know that he's lacking in his training. So what I did was email his captain, Captain Nelson, and that's the email above. that explains to him that if he misses this training, we would have to have that meeting and give him a warning letter. So there was a warning for this. This email also went out to firefighter Whitehead. Just in case he'd be able to make it, so he wouldn't fall into that position where we had to do one.
To remind of the importance of attending that September.
Right.
Any other communications that you'd like to bring to our attention?
In the section 4, there's some other emails. So we've never singled anybody out. If somebody has missed a training, they got an email from us saying, here's the packet that you need to finish. The one other person that was slacking, there was one other member out of the 14 that are in TRT that are certified, actually got the warning letter before firefighter Whitehead. And we handled it the exact same way. That's the last page of the packet. Shows that warning letter. We have flagged out the name, so they're exactly the same, the warning letters. So everybody's been treated exactly the same. I believe we had 14 people, seven of 14 that made every training. We've had, I believe, 5 that have missed one, and they didn't make a packet. We've had 2 that have missed more than that. They both received warning letters. The other person did take care of it, it's under training, and just filled all the requirements.
At this time, Mayor, council, do you have questions?
Okay.
I guess that's good.
Thank you.
So I get to.
Oh, yes. You can.
I don't know if you saw the email that you said was supposedly a draft to Judith. Why was that sent to us 3 different times if it was just a draft?
It was us. Actually, I believe inside the packet. It'll take me just a second to find it. I apologize.
I have it on the email if you want to see it, if that helps.
Well, we want to, if you could refer to the packet, because it was handed out, that would be best for the council to follow.
But that's what I'm saying, it has a date on it, it states when it was sent and when I received it.
Yeah, there are page numbers on here, so let's see if that can find that first.
Yeah. Thought I had.
I know you're a little pressure there, but.
100 hours just in on.
You're
I did send this out. I know I sent it out with kind of a heads up to his captain about the trainings that he was lacking, and then I referred back to the policy so we could reread it.
It's on page 3 of 101.
No, I haven't either.
That one?
That's a different one. That just shows the ones he's missed and the packets that have been assigned.
Page 89.
Yes, that's it. So this was sent out to Captain Nelson. This is the one that gives a heads up that he's lacking in some attendance, and that one of the makeups, what the packet is and where it would be found on a computer, on the drive on the computer, and attached training.
That's not the question.
Oh.
Why did
why don't you step up to my podium?
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was on the very first page of the packet that I gave you guys, when the TRT, that's the training standards that are different. I received that training standard 3 separate times before the third quarter.
I'm just, it's late, I'm
I agree.
tired. And I'm losing my patience. And that's not a good thing. This email still says you have to attend 75% of the training. Whatever version, whether it's a draft, whether it's a real email, that's what it says.
I'm just showing that there are discrepancies there.
And I don't think those discrepancies mean anything.
And the saying that I got this email was a lie. I never received this email. He said he sent it to me. I'm not on the CC or the send to list. So I just want to clear that up.
On that real quickly, what I did is I sent it to Captain originally, and I wanted to have him change my and handle that. But I put on there, if I don't hear from you within the next hour or so, I'm gonna send it to Tyler, so he has a chance to see it and come to training. So that's what I did. So I waited for an hour or so, I never heard back. I sent it to Tyler. About an hour after I sent it to Tyler, Captain Nelson called me and told me that he got the email.
Captain Emily, is Tyler being terminated?
No.
Does Tyler have the opportunity to become a firefighter too in about 3 months?
Yes.
Thanks.
When you said just a minute ago that he had received the email, were you speaking Captain Nelson or?
They both received it, I didn't attach it at the same time. So I sent it to Captain Nelson first, so he could take care of it, he could call Tyler. But I wanted Tyler to have that information all through this. We sent out multiple emails, had multiple communications with everybody, so everybody would know what was required. There was no gray area. It's absolutely cut and dry in my mind. I don't know how much more the compensation questions, not there. The first emails are completely clear that they're being compensated. It's not fair to the people that come to the training doing what they're supposed to do to allow somebody to escape. It just, that isn't fair in my mind. Most firefighters want to be held accountable, and I know Tyler has said that. That's all we're doing, is holding some accountability for what's expected. I don't think we have the right to I'll have to use an analogy real quick. You can sit and practice layups in the gym all day long, but if you don't have a team around you, it's not going to be good. This type of calls we go on for hazardous calls. People are up in the ledges, they get stuck. We had a good example, our July training that was missed was the pickoff training. People get stuck on their rappelling ropes. We had a teenage girl from up north with her family. They got her hair wound up in her descent. 2 weeks after we did our training, we went on that call. 5 of the people that responded on the call attended the training. That call was smooth because they were at the training. All of them were not rope techs. Some of them were trench technicians, but they were there to help the technicians make that call happen. I believe our citizens expect that from us. We're told as a fire department, we don't have an opportunity to say, we're not trained on that. We're not going to do that. We have to perform at a high level. That's what the training is for. It's not to demote somebody. It's to get them there to get that training that they're expected to have.
Tyler, any other questions of this witness? No. Sean? Counsel? Okay.
Mayor, at this time, I would, the city has no further witnesses.
Okay, so I'm looking at my instructions here. If desired, the appealing employee, you can make a closing statement if you would like to. You can make any other statements you'd like to this
I just want to close and say, no matter what was brought up against me, I'm not doing this to try to skirt anything. I'm not that type of person. If that would have been clear to me in all these emails, and if I would have been clear from the beginning, then I would not have come here. I mean, who wants to spend 9 hours sitting here to discuss all this? So all I'm saying is showing people, saying that I should have known doesn't mean that I knew. In closing, I just like to say that I do like what they're doing. I think holding people accountable is a great thing. I expect that. Had I known that I was being paid for those, then I should be held accountable. But I'll stick with that I did not know. And it might not make sense to everybody, but that is the dead truth. I want to thank everybody. Ms. Randall, I apologize for getting upset. But for me, the St. George Fire Department is very important, and the program is a great program. And I think with a few little tweaks, and starting with the policy that they're putting in place, starting on January 01, it is very clear on what's required. There is no questions. I look forward to serving and being a key part in the TRT specialty program and helping the department and the TRT program move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Mayor, Council, this is a difficult process, I understand. And the goal is to encourage the employees to follow the policy. Because as was stated by, I think very well by Captain Emily, this involves lives, not only the safety of our firefighters, but the safety of the public that they're serving. I don't think there was any confusion on the policy. I think that firefighter Whitehead stated that he understood that it was a 75% attendance requirement from the beginning in January. I think that was made very clear in the January meeting and in the policy. And in any part of the policy that there's no dispute on whether it was handed out or not, we provided evidence that it was handed out, and that was the policy everyone states, including firefighter Whitehead, that it included those requirements of the 75% attendance. I think that the fire department deserves, and their captains, deserve some credit in going above and beyond to let the firefighters know of the trainings, the dates, reminders, and if they were falling below those standards or in danger of falling below those standards, of letting them know. I note that a lot of those emails that were presented were from Captain Emily. I'm not sure from the testimony of Captain Nelson whether he made those efforts to ensure that they all knew and followed along that those under his command would meet those requirements. But whether or not that was done, we've got our officers that are looking, our firefighters are looking over, are overseeing this training, actually following up and making sure, because they wanted to make sure everybody succeeded and everybody attended and got the training they needed. I think as far as, I think it's clear that as soon as the city, as soon as Human Resources was made aware that there was an error in payment, and the error, by the way, was not on the city side, because we have a time card, it was presented, that was filled out by firefighter Whitehead that noted a number of hours, and he was paid for those hours. But when it was brought to Human Resources attention that there was an hour that was not on the time card and unpaid, then we addressed that issue. And I think the emails show that it was clear that this is compensated time, and that we needed to, the captains need to make sure that those under their command were either, were making sure that they washed, as they called it, making sure that they didn't go over and accrue comp time during that time. So I believe the city manager made a correct decision on this, and reminded that firefighter Whitehead is available to advance back to a firefighter 2 if he complies with the requirement in the letter of determination from the city manager that he attend
the three trainings, the three upcoming trainings, and meet that requirement. I would add that a concern might be that the packets need to be also complied with, but the decision of the city manager, I think, was a reasonable one in light of all the evidence that was presented to him and the evidence that was presented tonight.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, everybody involved. We know this is it's been a lengthy process and difficult, and it is still a right of Tyler Whitehead and all employees to do this in these situations. So we're glad to be here to evaluate that. Okay? So now, if I understand the instructions, Sean, the council and mayor, in this case, are to cast a ballot by secret ballot. And then would it be the city recorder that collects those?
We could have the city recorder collect those, and then the city recorder could read those. I would say that because, reminder again, because there are 4 council members present, if there is a tie, then the city recorder would read the mayor's vote.
Okay. So council members, go ahead and fill out your ballot. Again, you are to either mark affirm or reverse. There are no other options, or don't do a write-in. And we'll ask the city recorder to come and collect those. And then if she could read those with the names.
She is to read those with the names. I asked the mayor's is on the bottom or the last one.
Okay, Councilmember Joe Whitehead affirmed. Councilmember Joe Almquist affirmed. Councilmember Jimmy Hughes affirmed. Councilmember Michelle Randall affirmed.
Okay, so we have the action of the city manager has been affirmed. And let's see, is there anything we need to?
No, that would be the city recorder will then certify that and send out the notice.
Okay. All right. Thank you. This matter resolved. And again, appreciate everyone's helping us. We'll move on. We have item number 5 and item number 6. I'm thinking we probably don't need that item number 5. Are we okay to pass on any reports at this time? Yeah. Jerry, no need for a closed session. Sean, any need for a closed session? Second. Motion by Gil to adjourn and a second by Joe. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good night.
By the way, they put 2 trees in down at the,
yes,
but they're too small and they're not right.
Looks like about 1 gallon. How about this much caliper? Yeah. Joe, thank you. Thanks for yes, we're
Concludes our live broadcast of the St. George City Council for December 11th, 2014.
just a little bit.